Hello, everyone. We are about to begin Book 4, Vampire Mountain. Let us begin. Prologue. Pack your bags, Mr. Krebsley said one late night as he was heading for his coffin. We leave for Vampire Mountain tomorrow. I was used to the vampire making declarations out of the blue. He didn't believe in consulting me when making up his mind, but this was extraordinary, even for him. Vampire Mountain! I shrieked, racing after him. Why are we going there? To present you to the council, he said. It is time. To the Council of Vampire Generals? I asked. Why do we have to go? Why now? We go because it is proper, he said. And we go now because the council only meets once every 12 years. If we miss this year's gathering, we will have to wait a long time until the next. And that was all he'd say about it. He turned a deaf ear to the rest of my questions and tucked himself into his coffin before the sun rose, leaving me to fret the day away. My name's Darren Shan. I'm a half vampire. I used to be human until 8 or so years ago when my destiny clashed with Mr. Krebsley's and I reluctantly became his assistant. I had a hard time adapting to the vampire and his ways, especially when it came to drinking human blood, but I finally resigned myself, accepted my lot, and got on with the business of living. We were part of a traveling band of amazing circus performers led by a man named Hibernius Tall. We toured the world, putting on incredible shows for customers who appreciated our strange and magical talents. 6 years had passed since Mr. Krebsley and me had last been separated from the Cirque du Freak. We left to put a stop to a mad vampinese by the name of Merlot, who was terrorizing the vampire's home city. The vampinese are a breakaway group of vampires who kill humans when they feed on them. Vampires don't. We just take a bit of blood and move on, leaving those we sup from unharmed. Most of the vampire myths you read about in books or see in films actually originated with the vampinese. They've been a good 6 years. I've become a regular performer at the Cirque, going on with Madame Octa, Mr. Krebsley's poisonous spider, every night to amaze and frighten audiences. I'd also learned a few magic tricks, which I worked into the act. I got on well with the rest of the Cirque troupe. I'd grown accustomed to the wandering lifestyle and had been enjoying myself. Now, after 6 years of stability, we were about to journey into the unknown again. I knew a small bit about the council and Vampire Mountain. Vampires were ruled by soldiers called vampire generals who made sure their laws were enforced. They killed mad or evil vampires and kept the rest of the walking undead in line. Mr. Krebsley used to be a vampire general, but quit long ago for reasons he'd never revealed. Every so often, I now knew that it was 12 years. The generals gathered at a secret fortress to discuss whatever it was that blood-sucking creatures of the night discussed when they got together. Not only generals attended. I heard that ordinary vampires could go as well, but they made up the majority. I didn't know where the fortress was, or how we'd get there, or why I had to be presented to the council, but I was about to find out. Chapter 1. I was excited but anxious about the journey. I was venturing into the unknown, and I had a feeling it wouldn't prove to be a smooth trip, so I spent the day busily packing rucksacks for myself and Mr. Krebsley to make the time pass faster. Full vampires will die if exposed to the sun for more than a few hours, but half vampires aren't affected by it. Since I didn't know where we were going, I didn't know what to take or leave. If Vampire Mountain was icy and wintry, I'd need thick clothes and boots. If it was somewhere hot and tropical, t-shirts and shorts would be more in order. I asked some of the Cirque people about it, but they knew nothing, except Mr. Tall, who said I should pack for snow. Mr. Tall was one of those people who seemed to know something about everything. Ever agreed about the snow. I doubt if sun-shy vampires could make their base in the Caribbean, he snorted. Evra Von was a snake boy with scales instead of skin. Rather, he used to be a snake boy. Now he was a snake man. Evra had grown these last 6 years, got taller and broader and older looking. I hadn't. As a half vampire, I aged at 1/5 of the normal rate, so though 8 years had passed since Mr. Krebsley blooded me, I only looked a year or so older. I hated not being able to grow normally. Ever and me used to be best buddies, but not anymore. We were still good friends and shared a tent, but he was a young man now, more interested in people, particularly women his own age. In reality, I was only a couple of years younger than Evra, but but I still looked like a kid, and it was difficult for him to treat me as an equal. There were benefits to being a half vampire. I was stronger and faster than any human, and would live longer, but I'd have given up all of them if it meant looking my real age, and being able to lead an ordinary life. Even though Ever and me were no longer as close as we'd once been, he was still my friend, and was worried about me heading off for Vampire Mountain. From what I know, that journey's no joke, he warned, in the deep voice which hit him a few years ago. Maybe I should come with you. I'd have loved to jump at his offer, but Ever had his own life to lead. It wouldn't be fair to drag him away from the Cirque du Freak. No, I told him. Stay and keep my hammock warm. I'll be okay. Besides, snakes don't like the cold, do they? That's true, he laughed. I most likely fall asleep and hibernate till spring. Even though Evra wouldn't be coming, he helped me pack. I didn't have much to take: spare clothes, a thick pair of boots, special cooking utensils which folded up neatly so they were easier to carry, my diary, that went everywhere with me, and other bits and pieces. Everett told me to take a rope. He said it might come in handy, especially when it came to climbing. But vampires are great climbers, I reminded him. I know, he said, but do you really want to hang off the side of a mountain with only your fingertips for support? Of course he does, someone boomed behind us before I could answer. Vampires thrive on danger. Turning to see who it was, I found myself face to face with the sinister being known as Mr. Tiny, and my insides instantly froze with fright. Mr. Tiny was a small, plump man with white hair, thick glasses, and a pair of green wellies. He often toyed with a heart-shaped watch. He looked like a kindly old uncle, but he was in fact a cruel, dark-hearted man who'd cut out your tongue as soon as say hello. Nobody knew much about him, but everyone was afraid of him. His first name was Desmond, and if you shortened it and put it together with his surname, you got Mr. Destiny. I hadn't seen Mr. Tiny since shortly after joining the Cirque du Freak, but I heard many tales about him, how he ate children for breakfast and burned down towns to warm his feet. My heart tightened when I saw him standing a few meters away, eyes twinkling, hands wrapped behind his back, eavesdropping on Ever and me. Vampires are peculiar creatures, he said, stepping forward, as though he'd been part of the conversation all along. They love a challenge. I knew one once who walked himself to death in sunlight, merely because someone had sneered at him for only being able to come out at night. He stuck out a hand, and, scared as I was, I automatically shook it. Ever didn't. When Mr. Tiny extended his hand to the snake man, he stood, quivering, shaking his head furiously. So Mr. Tiny merely smiled and withdrew the hand. So, you're off to Vampire Mountain, he said, picking up my rucksack and peering inside without asking. Take matches, Master Shan. The way is long, and the days are cold. The winds that gust around Vampire Mountain would cut even a tough-skinned young man like you to the bone. Thanks for the advice, I said. That was the confusing thing about Mr. Tiny. He was always polite and amiable, So even if he knew he was the sort of man who wouldn't blink in the face of great evil, he couldn't help liking him at least some of the time. "Are my little people near?" he asked. The little people were short creatures who dressed in blue robes with hoods, never spoke, and ate anything that moved, including humans. A handful of the mysterious beings almost always traveled with the Cirque du Freak, and there were 8 of them with us at that time. They're probably in their tents," I said. I took them in. I took them in some food an hour or so ago, and they're still eating. One of my jobs was to hunt for the little people. Everett used to do it with me until he grew up and demanded less messy chores. Nowadays, I was helped by a couple of young humans, children of the Cirque helpers. "Ah, excellent." Mr. Tiny beamed and started away. "Oh," he paused. "One last thing. Tell Lawton not to leave until I've had a word with him." "I think we're in a hurry," I said. "We might not have time to—" "Just tell him I want a word," Mr. Tiny interrupted. "I'm sure he'll make time for me." With that, he tipped his glasses at us, waved farewell, and moved on. I shared a worried look with Evra, found some matches, and stuck them in my bag, then hurried off to wake Mr. Krebsley. Chapter 2. Mr. Krebsley was snappish when I woke him. He hated rising before the sun went down, but stopped complaining when I explained why I disturbed his sleep. "Mr. Tiny," he sighed, scratching the long scar which ran down the left side of his face. "I wonder what he wants." "I don't know," I answered, "but he said not to leave until he'd had a word with you." I lowered my voice and whispered, "We could sneak away without being seen if we hurried. Twilight's not far off. You could stand an hour or so of sunlight if we kept to the shadows, couldn't you?" "I could," Mr. Krebsley agreed, "were I given to fleeing like a dog with its tail between its legs. But I am not. I will face Desmond Tiny. Bring me my finest cloak. I like to look my best for visitors." That was as close to a joke as the vampire was likely to come. He didn't have much of a sense of humor. An hour later, with the sun setting, we made our way to Mr. Tall's caravan, where Mr. Tiny was regaling the owner of the Cirque du Freak with tales of what he'd seen in a recent earthquake. "Ah, Larton," Mr. Tiny boomed. "Prompt as ever." "Desmond," Mr. Krebsley replied, stiffly. "Have a seat," Mr. Tiny said. "Thank you, but I will stand." Nobody liked sitting when Mr. Tiny was around, in case they needed to make a quick getaway. "I hear you're casting off for Vampire Mountain," Mr. Tiny said. "We leave presently," Mr. Krebsley confirmed. "This is the first council you've been to in nearly 50 years, isn't it?" "You are well informed," Mr. Krebsley grunted. "I keep an ear to the ground." There was a knock at the door, and Mr. Tall admitted 2 of the little people. One walked with a slight limp. He'd been with the Cirque du Freak almost as long as me. I called him Lefty, though that was only a nickname. None of the little people had real names. "Ready, boys?" Mr. Tiny asked. The little people nodded. "Excellent." He smiled at Mr. Krebsley. "The path to Vampire Mountain is as hazardous as ever, isn't it?" "It is not easy," Mr. Krebsley agreed cagily. "Dangerous for a young snip of a thing like Master Shan, wouldn't you say?" "Darren can look after himself," Mr. Krebsley said, and I grinned proudly. "I'm sure he can," Mr. Tiny responded. "But it's unusual for one so young to make the journey, isn't it?" "Yes," Mr. Krebsley said curtly. "That's why I'm sending these 2 along, as guards." Mr. Tiny waved a hand at the little people. Guards, Mr. Krebsley barked. We do not need any. I have made the trip many times. I can look after Darren myself. You can indeed, Mr. Tiny cooed. But a little help never went astray, did it? They would get in the way, Mr. Krebsley growled. I do not want them. My little people. Get in the way. Mr. Tiny sounded shocked. They exist only to serve. They'll be like shepherds, watching over the two of you while you sleep. Nevertheless, Mr. Krebsley insisted, I do not want. This is not an offer, Mr. Tiny interrupted. Though he spoke softly, the menace in his voice was unmistakable. They're going with you. End of story. They'll hunt for themselves and see to their own sleeping arrangements. All you have to do is make sure you don't lose them in the snowy wastelands on the way. And when we get there, Mr. Krebsley snapped, do you expect me to take them inside? That is not permitted. The princess will not stand for it. Yes, they will, Mr. Tiny disagreed. Don't forget by whose hands the Hall of Princes was built. Paris Skyle and the rest know on which side their blood is buttered. They won't object. Mr. Krebsley was furious, practically shaking with rage, but the anger seeped out of him as he stared into Mr. Tiny's eyes and realized there was no arguing with the little man. In the end, he nodded and averted his gaze, ashamed at having to bow to the demands of this interfering man. I knew you'd see it my way, Mr. Tiny beamed, then turned his attention to me. You've grown, he noted. Inside, where it matters. Inside, where it matters. Your battles with the Wolfman and Merlot have toughened you. How do you know about that? Mr. Krebsley gasped. It was common knowledge that I had a run-in with the fearsome Wolfman, but nobody was meant to know of our fight with Merlot. If the Vampanese ever found out, they'd hunt us to the ends of the earth and kill us. I know all manner of things, Mr. Tiny cackled. The world holds no secrets from me. You've come a long way, he addressed me again. But there's a long way yet to go. The path ahead isn't easy, and I'm not just talking about the route of Empire Mountain. You must be strong and keep faith in yourself. Never admit defeat, even when it seems inevitable. I hadn't expected such a speech, and I listened in a daze, numbly wondering why he was sharing such words with me. That's all I have to say, he finished, standing and rubbing his harp-shaped watch. Time's ticking. We all got places to be and deadlines to meet. I'll be on my way. Avernius, Lartin, Darren. He bowed briefly to each of us in turn. We'll meet again, I'm sure. He turned, headed for the door, shared a look with the little people, then let himself out. In the silence which followed, we stared at one another speechlessly, wondering what that had all been about. Mr. Crapsley wasn't happy, but he couldn't postpone leaving. Making it to the council on time was more important than anything else, he told me. So while the little people stood waiting outside his van, I helped him pack. Those clothes will not do, he said, referring to my bright pirate costume, which still fitted me after all the years of wear and tear. Where we are going, you would stand out like a peacock. Here. He thrust a bundle at me. I unrolled it to reveal a light grey jumper and trousers, along with a woolly cap. How long have you been preparing for this? I asked. Some time now, he admitted, putting on clothes of similar colour to mine in place of his usual red attire. Couldn't you have told me about it earlier? I could have, he replied, in that infuriating way of his. I slipped into my new clothes, then looked for socks and shoes. Mr. Krebsley shook his head when he saw me searching. No footwear, he said. We go barefoot. Over snow and ice, I yelped. Vampires have harder feet than humans, he said. You will barely feel the cold, especially when we are walking. What about stones and thorns? I grumbled. They will toughen your souls up even more, he grinned, then took off his slippers. It is the same for all vampires. The way to Vampire Mountain is not just a journey, it is a test. Boots, jackets, ropes, such items are not permitted. Sounds crazy to me, I sighed, but took the rope, spare clothes, and boots out of my bag. When we were ready, Mr. Crepsley asked where Madame Octa was. You're not bringing her, are you? I grumbled. I knew who had to look after her if she came, and it wouldn't be Mr. Crepsley. There is someone I wish to show her to, he said. Someone who eats spiders, I hope, I sniffed, but fetched her from behind his coffin, where I had kept her between shows. She shuffled around while I lifted the cage and placed it in my bag, but settled down once she found herself in the dark again. Then it was time to go. I'd said goodbye to Ever earlier. He was taking part in that night's show and had to prepare, and Mr. Crepsley had bid farewell to Mr. Tall. Nobody else would miss us. You ready? Mr. Crepsley asked. Ready, I sighed. Leaving the safety of the van, we cleared the camp, let the two silent little people fall into place behind us, and set off on what would prove to be a wild, peril-filled adventure into the lands of cold and foreign and steeped in blood. Chapter 3. I woke shortly before nightfall, stretched the stiffness out of my bones, what I wouldn't have given for a bed or a hammock, then left the confines of the cave to study the barren land we were journeying through. I didn't get much chance to study the countryside while we traveled at night. It was only during quiet moments such as these that I could pause and take everything in. We hadn't hit the snowlands yet, but already we'd left most of civilization behind. Humans were few and far between out here where the ground was rocky and forbidding. Even animals were scarce, though some were strong enough to eke out a living, mostly deer, wolves, and bears. We'd been traveling for weeks, maybe a month. I lost track of time after the first handful of nights. Whenever I asked Mr. Crepsley how many kilometers were left, he'd smile and say, We are some way off yet. My feet cut up badly when we reached the hard ground. Mr. Crepsley applied the sap of herbal plants that he found along the way to my soles, carried me for a few nights while my skin grew back. I healed quicker than a normal human would, and I'd been okay since. I said one night that it was a pity the little people were with us, or he could have carried me on his back and flitted. Vampires are able to run at an extra fast speed, a magic kind of running where they slip through space like eels through a net. They call it flitting. He said our slow pace had nothing to do with the little people. Flitting is not permitted on the way to Vampire Mountain, he explained. The journey is a way of weeding out the weak from the strong. Vampires are ruthless in certain aspects. We do not believe in supporting those who are incapable of supporting themselves. Well, that's not very nice, I observed. What about someone who's old or injured? Mr. Crepsley shrugged. Either they do not attempt the journey, or they die trying. That's stupid, I said. If I could flit, I would. No one would know. The vampire sighed. You still do not understand our ways, he said. There is no nobility in pulling the wool over the eyes of one's comrades. We are proud beings, Darren, who live by exacting codes. From our point of view, it is better to lose one's life than lose one's pride. Mr. Crepsley often spoke about pride and nobility and being true to oneself. Vampires were a stern lot, he said, who lived as close to nature as they could. Their lives were rarely easy, and that was the way they liked it. Life is a challenge, he once told me, and only those who rise to the challenge truly know what it means to live. I'd grown accustomed to the little people who trailed along behind us at night, silent, aloof, precise. They hunted for their own food during the day while we slept. By the time we woke, they had eaten and grabbed a few hours of sleep and were ready to go. Their pace never changed. They marched behind us like robots, a few meters to the rear. I thought the one with the limp might struggle, but he'd yet to show signs that he was feeling any strain. Mr. Crepsley and me fed mostly on deer. Their blood was hot, salty, and good. We had bottles of human blood to keep us going. Vampires need regular doses of human blood to remain healthy, and though they prefer to drink directly from the vein, they can bottle blood and store it, but we drank from them sparingly, saving them in case of an emergency. Mr. Crepsley wouldn't let me light a fire in the open. It might attract attention, but it was allowed in way stations. Way stations were caves or underground caverns where bottles of human blood and coffins were stored. They were resting places where vampires could hole up for a day or two. There weren't many of them. It took about a week to make it from one to another, and some had been taken over or destroyed by animals since Mr. Crepsley had last come this way. How come they allow way stations but no shoes or tropes? How come they allow way stations but no shoes or ropes? I asked one day as we warmed our feet by a fire and tucked into roast venison. We ate it raw most of the time. The way stations were introduced after our war with the Vampanese 700 years ago, he said. We lost many of our clan in the fight with the Vampanese, and humans killed even more of us. Our numbers were dangerously low. The way stations were set up to make it easier to get to Vampire Mountain. Some vampires object to them and never use them, but most accept them. How many vampires are there? I asked. Between 2,000 and 3,000, he answered. Maybe a few hundred more or less. I whistled. That's a lot. 3,000 is nothing, he snorted. Think about the billions of humans. It's more than I expected, I said. Once we numbered more than 100,000, Mr. Crepsley said. And this was long ago, when that was a huge amount. What happened to them? I asked. They were killed, he sighed. Humans with stakes, disease, fights. Vampires love to fight. In the centuries before the Vampanese broke away and provided us with a real foe, we fought amongst ourselves, many dying in duels. We came close to extinction, but kept our heads above water, just about. How many vampire generals are there? I asked curiously. Between 300 and 400. And Vampanese? Maybe 250 or 300. I cannot say for sure. As I was remembering this old conversation, Mr. Crepsley emerged from the cave behind me and watched the sun sinking. It looked the same color as his cropped orange hair. The vampire was in great form. The nights were growing longer the closer the Vampire Mountain we got, so he was able to move about more than usual. It is always nice to see it go down, Mr. Crepsley said, referring to the sun. I thought it was going to snow earlier, I said. There will be snow aplenty soon, he replied. We should reach the snowdrift this week. He glanced down at my feet. Will you be able to survive the harsh cold? I've made it this far, haven't I? This has been the easy part, he smiled, then clapped me on the back when he saw my dismayed frown. Do not worry, you will be fine. But let me know if your feet cut up again. There are rare bushes which grow along the trail, the sap of which can seal the pores of one's skin. The little people came out of the cave, hoods covering their faces. The one with the limp was carrying a dead fox. Ready? Mr. Crepsley asked me. I nodded and swung my rucksack onto my back. Looking ahead over the rocky terrain, I asked the usual question. Is it much further? Mr. Crepsley smiled, began walking, and said over his shoulder, We are some way off yet. Muttering darkly, I glanced back at the relatively comfortable cave, then faced front and followed the vampire. The little people fell in behind, and after a while, I heard brittle snapping sounds as they chewed on the bones of the fox. Four nights later, we ran into heavy snow. For a few nights, we traveled over the country. There was one long, unbroken blanket of freezing white where nothing lived. But after that, trees, plants, and animals reappeared again. My feet felt like two blocks of ice as we trudged through the belt of snow, but I gritted my teeth and walked off the effects of the cold. The worst bit was getting up at dusk, having slept with my feet tucked beneath me all day. There was always an hour or two after walking when my toes tingled, and I thought they'd drop off. Then the blood would circulate and everything would be fine. Until the next night. Sleeping outside was dreadfully uncomfortable. The two of us would lie down together in our clothes, which we hadn't changed out of since reaching the snow, and pull rough blankets we'd made from deer skins over our bodies. But even with our shared warmth, it was freezing. Madame Octa had it easy. She slept safe and snuck in a cage, only waking to feed every few days. I often wish I could change places with her. If the little people felt the cold, they gave no indication. They didn't bother with blankets, just lay down beneath a bush or against a rock when they wanted to sleep. Almost 3 weeks after we'd last stopped at a way station, we came to another. I couldn't wait to sit beside a fire and eat cooked meat again. I was even looking forward to sleeping in a coffin. Anything was better than hard, cold earth. This way station was a cave set low in a cliff above a forest ring and a large stream. Mr. Crepsley and me aimed directly for it. A strong moon in the clear night sky lit the way, while the little people went off to hunt. The climb only took 10 minutes. I pushed ahead of Mr. Crepsley as we approached the mouth of the cave, eager to get the fire started, only for him to lay a hand on my shoulder. "Hold," he said softly. "What?" I snapped. I was irritable after 3 weeks of sleeping rough. "I smell blood," he said. Pausing, I sniffed the air, and after a few seconds, I got the whiff too, strong and sickly. "Stay close behind me," Mr. Crepsley whispered. "Be prepared to run the instant I give the order." I nodded obediently, then trailed after him as he crept into the opening and slid inside. The cave was dark, especially after the brightness of the moonlit night, and we entered slowly, giving our eyes time to adjust. It was a deep cave, turning off to the left and going back 20 or more meters. 3 coffins had been placed on stands in the middle, but one was lying on the floor, its lid hanging off, and another had been smashed to pieces against the wall to our right. The wall and floor around the shattered coffin were dark with blood. It wasn't fresh, but by its smell, it wasn't more than a couple of nights old. Having checked the rest of the cave to ensure we were alone, Mr. Crepsley edged over to the blood and crouched down to examine it, dipping a finger into the dried pool, then tasting it. "Well?" I hissed as he stood, rubbing his finger and thumb together. "It is the blood of a vampire," he said quietly. My insides tightened. I'd been hoping it was the blood of a wild animal. "What do you think?" I started to ask, when there was a sudden rushing sound behind me. A strong arm wrapped around my middle, a thick hand clutched my throat, and, as Mr. Crepsley shot forward to help, my attacker grunted immediately. "Ha!" Chapter 4. As I stiffened helplessly, my life in the hands of whoever had hold of me, Mr. Crepsley leapt, the fingers of his right hand outstretched like a blade. He sliced the hand over the top of my head. My assailant released me and ducked in the same movement, dropping heavily to the floor as Mr. Crepsley sailed by. As the vampire rolled to his feet and spun to strike a second blow, the man who had snatched me roared, "Stop, Lartin! It's me, Gavner!" Mr. Crepsley paused, and I got to my feet, coughing from the fright, but no longer afraid. Turning, I saw a burly man with a scarred, patchy face and dark rims around both his eyes. He was dressed in similar clothes to ours, with a cap pulled down over his ears. I recognized him instantly. Gafner Pearl, a vampire general. I'd met him years ago, shortly before my run-in with Merlot. "You bloody fool, Gafner!" Mr. Crepsley shouted. "I would have killed you if I had connected. Why did you sneak up on us?" "I wanted to surprise you," Gafner said. "I've been shadowing you most of the night, and this seemed like the perfect time to close in. I didn't expect to almost lose my head in the process," he grumbled. "You should have been paying more attention to your surroundings, and less to Darren and I," Mr. Crepsley said, pointing towards the blood-stained wall and floor. "By the blood of the Vampanese," Gavner hissed. "Actually, it is the blood of a vampire," Mr. Crepsley corrected him dryly. "Any idea whose?" Gafner asked, hurrying over to test the blood. "None," Mr. Crepsley said. Gafner prowled around the confines of the cave, studying the blood and broken coffin, searching for further clues. Finding none, he returned to where we were standing and scratched his chin thoughtfully. "He was probably attacked by a wild animal," he mused aloud. "A bear, maybe more than one, caught him during the day while he was sleeping." "I am not so sure of that," Mr. Crepsley disagreed. "A bear would have caused great damage to the cave and its contents, but only the coffins have been disturbed." Gavner ran his eyes over the cave again, noting the tidy state of the rest of it, and nodded. "What do you think happened?" he asked. "A fight," Mr. Crepsley suggested, "between two vampires, or between the dead vampire and somebody else." "Who'll be out here in the middle of nowhere?" I asked. Mr. Crepsley and Gavner exchanged a troubled look. "Vampire hunters, perhaps," Gavner muttered. My breath caught in my throat. I'd grown so used to the vampire way of life, I'd all but forgotten that there were people in the world who thought we were monsters and made it their business to hunt us down and kill us. "Or maybe humans who chanced upon him by accident and panicked," Mr. Crepsley said. "It has been a long time since vampire hunters aggressively tailed us. This may have been a case of a mere misfortune." "Either way," Gavner said, "let's not hang around here and wait for it to happen again. I was looking forward to resting, but now I think it's best we don't cage ourselves in." "Agreed," Mr. Crepsley replied. And after one last sweep of the cave, we retreated, senses alert to the slightest hint of an attack. We made our base for the night in the middle of a ring of thick trees and lit a rare fire. All of us felt chilled to the bone after our experience in the cave. While we were discussing the dead vampire and whether or not we should search the surrounding area for his body, the little people returned, carrying a young deer they captured. They stared suspiciously at Gavner, who stared just as suspiciously back. "What are they doing with you?" he hissed. "Mr. Tiny insisted I bring them," Mr. Crepsley said, then raised a quieting hand as Gavner swiveled to ask more questions. "Later," he promised. "Let us eat first and dwell upon the death of our comrade." The trees sheltered us from the rising sun, so we sat up long after dawn, discussing the dead vampire. Since there wasn't anything we could do about him, the vampires decided against the search on the grounds that it would slow us down. Talk eventually turned to other matters. Gavner asked about the little people again, and Mr. Crepsley told him how Mr. Tiny had appeared and sent them with us. Then he asked Gavner why he'd been trailing us. "I knew you'd be presenting Darren to the princes," Gavner said, "so I located your mental pattern and traced you through it. Vampires are able to bond mentally with each other. I had to cut up from 100 miles south, but I hate traveling alone. It's boring having no one to chat with." As we talked, I noticed a couple of toes were missing from Gavner's left foot and asked about them. Frostbite, he answered cheerfully, wriggling his 3 remaining toes. I broke my leg coming here a couple of councils back. Had to crawl for 5 nights to reach your way station. It was only by the luck of the vampires I didn't lose more than a few toes. The vampires talked a lot about the past, old friends and previous councils. I thought they mentioned Merlot. Gavner had alerted Mr. Crepsley to the mad Vampirese's whereabouts, but they didn't, not even in passing. How have you been? Gavner asked me. Fine, I said. Life with this sour buzzard hasn't gotten you down? I've coped so far, I smiled. Any intentions on topping up? He asked. Pardon? He raised his finger so I could see 10 scars on the tips, the usual signs of a vampire. Do you plan to become a full vampire? No, I said quickly, then looked sideways at Mr. Crepsley. I don't have such plans, do I? I asked suspiciously. No, Mr. Crepsley smiled. Not until you have come of human age. If we made full vampire of you now, it would be 60 or 70 years before you were fully grown. I bet it's horrible aging so slowly when you're a kid, Gavner noted. It is, I sighed. Things will improve with time, Mr. Crepsley said. Sure, I said sarcastically. When I'm all grown up, 30 years from now. I rose and shook my head, disgusted. I often got downhearted when my thoughts turned to the decades I'd have to spend on the road to maturity. Where are you going? Mr. Crepsley asked as I headed toward the trees. To the stream, I said, to fill our canteens. Maybe one of us should go with you, Gavner said. Darren is not a child, Mr. Crepsley answered before I could. You will be fine. I hid a grin. I enjoyed the rare occasions when the vampire passed a compliment about me, and continued down to the stream. The chilly water was fast flowing and gurgled loudly as I filled the canteens, splashing around the rims of my fingers. If I had been human, I might have got frostbite, but vampires are a lot sturdier. As I was corking the second canteen, a tiny cloud of steamy breath drifted across from the other side of the stream. I glanced up, surprised myself staring into the flaming eyes of a fierce, hungry-looking, sharp-fanged wolf. Chapter 5. The wolf studied me silently, its nose crinkling over its jagged canines as it sniffed my scent. I gently laid my canteen aside, not sure what to do. If I called for help, the wolf might panic and flee. Then again, it might attack. If I stayed as I was, it might lose interest and slink away. Or it might take it as a sign of weakness and move in for the kill. I was desperately trying to decide when the wolf tensed its hind legs, lowered its head, and pounced, crossing the stream with one mighty bound. It crashed into my chest, knocking me to the ground. I tried scrambling away, but the wolf had perched on top of me and was too heavy to throw off. My hands searched frantically for a rock or a stick, something to beat the animal with, but there was nothing to grab except snow. The wolf was a terrifying sight up close. With its dark grey face and slanting yellow eyes, its black muzzle and bared white teeth, some 5 or 6 centimeters long. Its tongue lolled out the side of its mouth, and it was panting slowly. Its breath stank of blood and raw animal flesh. I knew nothing about wolves, except vampires couldn't drink from them, so I didn't know how to react. Attack its face or go for its body? Lie still and hope it went away? Or shout and maybe scare it off? While my brain was spinning, the wolf lowered its head, extended its long wet tongue, and licked me. I was so stunned, I just lay there, staring at the jaws of the fearsome animal. The wolf licked me again, then got off, faced the stream, went down on its paws, and lapped at the water. I lay where I was for a few moments more, then pulled myself up and sat watching it drink. noting that it was a male. When the wolf had drunk its fill, he stood, lifted his head, and howled. From the trees on the opposite side of the stream, 3 or more wolves emerged and crept down to the bank, where they drank. 2 were females, and one was a young cub, darker and smaller than the others. The male watched the others drinking, then sat beside me. He snuggled up to me like a dog, and before I knew what I was doing, I had reached around and was tickling him behind his ear. The wolf whined pleasantly and cocked his head so I could scratch behind the other ear. One of the she-wolves finished drinking and jumped the stream. She sniffed my feet, then sat on the other side of me and offered her head to be scratched. The male growled at her jealously, but she took no notice. The other 2 weren't long joining the couple on my side of the stream. The female was shyer than her mate and hovered several meters away. The cub had no such fears and crawled over my legs and belly, sniffing like a hound dog. He cocked a leg to mark at my left thigh, but before he could, the male wolf snapped at him and sent him tumbling. He barked angrily, then slunk back and climbed over me again. This time, he didn't try to mark his territory, thankfully. I sat there for ages, playing with the cub and tickling the bigger pair of wolves. The male rolled over onto his back so that I could rub his belly. His hair was lighter underneath, except for a long streak of black hair which ran part way up his middle. Streak seemed like a good name for a wolf, so that's what I called him. I wanted to see if they knew any tricks, so I found a stick and threw it. "Fetch, Streak, fetch!" I shouted, but he didn't budge. I tried getting him to sit to attention. "Sit, Streak," I ordered. He stared at me. "Sit! Like this." I squatted on my haunches. Streak moved back a little, as though he thought I might be mad. The cub was delighted and jumped on me. I laughed and stopped trying to teach them tricks. After that, I headed back to camp to tell the vampires about my new friends. The wolves followed, though only Streak walked by my side. The others trailed behind. Mr. Crepsley and Gavner were asleep when I got back, tucked beneath their deer blankets. Gavner was snoring loudly. With only their heads showing, they looked like the ugliest pair of babies in the world. I wish I had a camera capable of photographing vampires so that I could snap them. I was about to join them beneath the blankets when I had an idea. The wolves had stopped at the trees. I coaxed them in. Streak came first and examined the copse, making sure it was safe. When he was satisfied, he growled lightly, and the other wolves entered, keeping away from the sleeping vampires. I lay down on the far side of the fire and held a blanket up, inviting the wolves to lie down with me. They wouldn't go beneath the blanket. The cub tried, but his mother jerked it by the back of its scruff of its neck. But once I lay down and covered myself with it, they crept up and lay on top, even the shy she-wolf. They were heavy, and the scent of their hairy bodies was overbearing, but the warmth of the wolves was heavenly. And despite the fact that I was resting so close to the cave where a vampire had been killed recently, I slept in complete comfort. I was awakened by angry howls. Jolting upright, I found the 3 adult wolves spread in a semicircle in front of my bed, the male in the middle. The cub was cowering behind me. Ahead stood the little people. Their grey hands were flexing by their sides, and they were moving in on the wolves. "Stop!" I roared, leaping to my feet. On the other side of the fire, which had died out while I was sleeping, Mr. Crepsley and Gavner snapped awake and rolled out from under their blankets. I jumped in front of Streak and snarled at the little people. They stared at me from beneath their blue hoods. I glimpsed the large green eyes of the closest one to me. "What's happening?" Gavner shouted, blinking rapidly. The nearest little person ignored Gavner, pointed at the wolves, then at his belly and rubbed it. That was the sign he was hungry. I shook my head. "Not the wolves," I told him. They're my friends. He made the rubbing motion again. No! I shouted. The little person began to advance, but the one behind him, Lefty, reached out and touched his arm. The little person locked gazes with Lefty, stood still a moment, then shuffled away to where he left the rats they caught while hunting. Lefty lingered a moment, his hidden green eyes on mine before joining his brother. I always thought of them as brothers. I see you have met some of our cousins, Mr. Krebsley said, stepping slowly over the remains of the fire, holding his hands palms up so the wolves wouldn't be alarmed. They growled at him, but once they caught his scent, they relaxed and sat, though they kept a wary eye on the munching little people. Cousins? I asked. Wolves and vampires are related, he explained. Legends claim that once we were the same, just a man and ape were originally one. Some of us learned to walk on two legs and became vampires. The others remained wolves. Is that true? I asked. Mr. Krebsley shrugged. Where legends are concerned, who knows? He crouched in front of Streak, and I studied him silently. Streak sat up straight and ruffled his head to make his ears and mane erect. A fine specimen, Mr. Krebsley said, stroking the wolf's long snout. A born leader. I call him Streak because he's got a streak of black hair on his belly, I said. Wolves have no need of names, the vampire informed me. They are not dogs. Don't be a spoilsport, Gavner said, stepping up beside his friend. Let him give them names if he wants. It can't do any harm. I suppose not, Mr. Krebsley agreed. He held out a hand to the she-wolves, and they stepped forward to lick his palm, including the shy one. I always had a way with wolves, he said, unable to keep the pride out of his voice. How come they're so friendly? I asked. I thought wolves shied away from people. From humans, Mr. Krebsley said. Vampires are different. Our scent is similar to their own. They recognize us as kindred spirits. Not all wolves are amiable. These must have had dealings with our kind before, but none would ever attack a vampire, not unless they were starving. Did you see any more of them? Gavner asked. I shook my head. Then they're probably journeying towards Vampire Mountain to join up with other packs. Why would they be going to Vampire Mountain? I asked. Wolves come whenever there's a council, he explained. They know from experience that there will be plenty of scraps for them to feed on. The guardians of Vampire Mountain spend years stocking up for councils. There's always food left over, which they dump outside for the creatures of the wild to dispose of. That's a long way to go for a few scraps, I commented. They go for more than food, Mr. Krebsley said. They gather for company, to salute old friends, find new mates, and share memories. Wolves can communicate? I asked. They are able to transmit simple thoughts to one another. They do not actually talk. Wolves have no words, but they can share pictures and pass on maps of where they have been, letting others know where hunting is plentiful or scarce. Talking of which, we better make ourselves scarce, Gavner said. The sun's sinking, and it's time we gotta move on. You chose a long, roundabout road to come by, Larson. If we don't pick up the pace, we'll arrive late for the council. There are other paths? I asked. Of course, he said. There are dozens of ways. That's why, except for the remains of the dead one, we haven't run into other vampires. Each comes by a different route. We rolled up our blankets and departed. Mr. Krebsley and Gavner kept a close eye on the trail, scouring it for signs of whoever had killed the vampire in the cave. The wolves followed us through the trees and ran beside us for a couple of hours, keeping clear of the little people, before vanishing ahead of us into the night. Where are they going? I asked. To hunt, Mr. Krebsley replied. Will they come back? It would not surprise me, he said, and come dawn, as we were making camp, The four wolves reappeared like ghosts out of the snow and made their beds beside and on top of us. For the second day running, I slept soundly, disturbed only by the cold nose of the cub when he snuck in under the blanket during the middle of the day to cuddle up beside me. Chapter 6. We proceeded with caution for the first few nights after finding the blood-splattered cave, but when we encountered no further signs of the vampire killer, we put our concerns on hold and enjoyed the rough pleasures of the trail as best we could. Running with wolves was fascinating. I learned lots by watching them and asking questions of Mr. Krebsley, who fancied himself something of a wolf expert. Wolves aren't fast, but they're tireless, sometimes roaming 40 or 50 kilometers a day. They usually pick on small animals when hunting, but occasionally go after larger victims, working as a team. Their senses, sight, hearing, smell, are strong. Each pack has a leader, and they share food equally. They're great climbers, able to survive any sort of conditions. We hunted with them often. It was exhilarating to race alongside them on bright, star-speckled nights over the gleaming snow, chasing a deer or a fox and sharing the hot, bloody kill. Time passed quicker with the wolves around, and the kilometers slipped by almost unnoticed. One cold, clear night, we came upon a thick briar patch which covered the floor of a valley sheltered between two towering mountains. The thorns were extra thick and sharp, capable of pricking the skin of even a full vampire. We paused at the mouth of the valley while Mr. Krebsley and Gavner decided how to proceed. "We could climb the side of the mountains," Mr. Krebsley mused. "But Darren is not as strong a climber as us. He could be damaged if he slipped." "How about going around?" Gavner suggested. "It would take too long." "Could we dig a way under?" I asked. "Again," Mr. Krebsley said, "it would take too long. We will just have to pick our way through as carefully as we can." He removed his jumper, and so did Gavner. "What are you getting undressed for?" I asked. Our clothes would protect us a bit," Gavner explained. "But we come out on the other end in tattered rags. Best to keep them intact." When Gavner took off his trousers, we saw he was wearing a pair of yellow boxer shorts with pink elephants stitched into them. Mr. Krebsley stared at the shorts incredulously. "They were a present," Gavner mumbled, blushing furiously. "From a human female you were romantically involved with, I presume," Mr. Krebsley said, the corners of his normally stern mouth twitching upwards, threatening to split into a rare, unrestrained smile. "She was a lovely woman," Gavner sighed, tracing the outlines of one of the elephants. "She just had very poor taste in underwear." "And in boyfriends," I added impishly. Mr. Krebsley burst into laughter at that and doubled over, tears streaming down his face. I'd never seen the vampire laugh so much. I never guessed he could. Even Gavner looked surprised. It took Mr. Krebsley a long time to recover from his laughing fit. When he wiped the tears away and was back to his normal somber self, he apologized, as though laughing were a crime. He then rubbed some foul-smelling lotion into my skin, which sealed the pores, making it harder to cut. Without wasting any more time, we advanced. The going was slow and painful. No matter how careful I was, every few meters I'd step on a thorn or scratch myself. I protected my face as best I could, but by the time we were halfway into the valley, my cheeks were specked with shallow red rivulets. The little people hadn't removed their blue robes, even though the cloth was being cut to ribbons. After a while, Mr. Krebsley told them to walk in front, so they endured the worst of the thorns while beating a path for the rest of us. I almost felt sorry for the silent, uncomplaining pair. The wolves had the easiest time. They were built for terrain like this, and slinked through the briars swiftly. But they weren't happy. They'd been acting strangely all night, creeping along beside us, low of spirit, sniffing the air suspiciously. We could sense their anxiety, but didn't know what was causing it. I was watching my feet, stepping carefully over a row of glinting thorns, when I ran into Mr. Crepsley, who had come to a sudden stop. "What's up?" I asked, peering over his shoulder. "Gavner!" he snapped, ignoring my question. Gavner shuffled past me, breathing heavily. We often teased him about his heavy breathing. I heard him utter a choked cry as he reached Mr. Crepsley. "What is it?" I asked. "Let me see." The vampires parted, and I saw a tiny piece of cloth snagged on a briar bush. A few drops of dried blood had stained the tips of the thorns. "What's the big deal?" I asked. The vampires didn't answer immediately. They were gazing around worriedly, much the same way that the wolves were. "Can't you smell it?" Gavner finally replied quietly. "What?" "The blood." I sniffed the air. There was only the faintest of scents because the blood was dry. "What about it?" I asked. "Think back 6 years," Mr. Crepsley said. He picked the cloth off the briar. The wolves were growling loudly now and thrust it on my nostrils. "Breathe deeply. Ring any bells?" It didn't straight away. My senses weren't as sharp as a full vampire's, but then I recalled that long ago night in Debbie Hemlock's bedroom and the smell of the insane Merlot's blood as he lay dying on the floor. My face turned white as I realized it was the blood of a Vampanese. Chapter 7. We made quick time through the remainder of the briar patch, taking no notice of cutting thorns. On the far side, we stopped to get dressed, then hurried on without pause. There was a way station nearby that Mr. Crepsley was determined to reach before the break of day. The journey would normally have taken several hours, but we made it in 2. Once inside and secure, the vampires fell into a heated discussion. They'd never encountered evidence of Vampanese activity in this part of the world before. There was a treaty between the 2 clans preventing such acts of trespass. "Maybe it's a mad wanderer," Gavner suggested. "Even the most insane Vampanese knows better than to come here," Mr. Crepsley disagreed. "What other explanation could there be?" Gavner asked. Mr. Crepsley considered the problem. "He could be a spy." "You think the Vampanese would risk war?" Gavner sounded dubious. "What could they learn that would justify such a gamble?" "Maybe it's us they're after," I said quietly. I didn't want to interrupt, but felt I had to. "What do you mean?" Gavner asked. "Maybe they found out about Merlot." Gavner's face paled, and Mr. Crepsley's eyes narrowed. "How could they have?" he snapped. "Mr. Tiny knew," I reminded him. "Mr. Tiny knows about Merlot?" Gavner hissed. Mr. Crepsley nodded slowly. "But even if he had told the Vampanese, how would they know we were coming this way? We could have chosen any number of paths. They could not have second-guessed us." "Perhaps they're covering all the paths," Gavner said. "No," Mr. Crepsley said confidently. "It is too far-fetched. Whatever the Vampanese reason for being here, I am sure it has nothing to do with us." "I hope you're right," Gavner grumbled, unconvinced. We discussed it some more, including the questions of whether the Vampanese had killed the vampire in the previous way station, then grabbed a few hours of shut-eye, taking turns to remain on watch. I barely slept as I was worrying about being attacked by purple-faced killers. When night came, Mr. Crepsley said we should progress no further until we were sure the way was safe. "We cannot risk running to a pack of Vampanese," he said. "We will scout the area, make sure we are not in danger, then carry on as before." "Have we time to go scouting?" Gavner asked. "We must make time," Mr. Crepsley insisted. "Better to waste a few nights than run into a trap." I stayed in the cave while they went scouting. I didn't want to. I kept thinking about what had happened to that other vampire, but they said I'd be in the way if I came. The Vampanese would hear me coming 100 meters away. The little people, she-wolves, and the cub stayed with me. Street went with the vampires. The wolf had sensed the Vampanese presence before we did, so it would be helpful for them to have one along. It was lonely without the vampires and Streak. The little people were aloof as always. They spent a lot of the day stitching their blue robes back into shape, and the she-wolves lay out and snoozed. Only the cub provided me with company. We spent hours playing together in the cave and among the trees of a nearby small forest. I'd called the cub Rudy after Rudolph, the red-nosed reindeer, because of his fondness for rubbing his cold nose into my back while I was asleep. I caught a couple of squirrels in the forest and cooked them so they were ready in the morning when the vampires returned. I served hot berries and roots with them. Mr. Crepsley had taught me which wild foods were safe to eat. Gaffner thanked me for the food, but Mr. Crepsley was distant and didn't say much. They discovered no further trace of the Vampanese, and that worried them. A mad Vampanese couldn't have covered his tracks so expertly. That meant we were dealing with one or more in full control of his senses. Gaffner wanted to flit ahead to consult with the other vampires, but Mr. Crepsley wouldn't let him. The laws against flitting on the way to Vampire Mountains were more important than our safety, he insisted. It was strange how Gaffner went along with most of what Mr. Crepsley said. As a general, he could have ordered us to do whatever he pleased, but I'd never seen him pull rank on Mr. Crepsley. Maybe it was because Mr. Crepsley had once been a general of high ranking. He'd been on the verge of becoming a vampire prince when he quit. Perhaps Gaffner still considered Mr. Crepsley his superior. After a full day's sleep, the vampires set off to scout the land ahead again. If the way was clear, we'd start back on the trail to Vampire Mountain the next night. I ate a simple breakfast, then Rudy and me headed down to the forest to play. Rudy loved being away from the adult wolves. He was able to explore freely with no one to snap at him or cuff him around the head if he misbehaved. He tried climbing trees, but was too short for most. Finally, he found one with low-hanging branches and climbed halfway up. Once there, he looked down and whimpered. "Come on," I laughed. "You're not that high up. There's no need to be afraid." He ignored me and went on whimpering. Then he bared his fangs and growled. I stepped closer, puzzled by his behavior. "What's wrong?" I asked. "Are you stuck? Do you want help?" The cub yapped. He sounded genuinely frightened. "Okay, Rudy," I said. "I'm coming up to—" I was silenced by a bone-shattering roar. Turning, I saw a huge, dark bear lurching over the top of a snowdrift. It landed heavily, shook its snout, snarled, fixed its gaze upon me, then lunged, teeth flashing, claws exposed, intent on cutting me down. Chapter 8. The bear would have killed me if not for Rudy. The cub leapt from the tree, landing on top of the bear's head, momentarily blinding it. The bear roared and swiped at the cub, who ducked and bit one of its ears. The bear roared again and shook its head viciously from side to side. Rudy held on for a couple of seconds before he was sent flying into a thicket. The bear resumed its attack on me, but in the time the cub had bought, I ducked around the tree and was racing for the cave as fast as I could. The bear lurched after me, realized I was too far ahead, bellowed angrily, turned, and went looking for Rudy. I stopped when I heard frightened yapping. Glancing over my shoulder, I saw that the cub had made it back up the tree, the bark of which the bear was now ripping to pieces with its claws. Rudy was in no immediate danger, but sooner or later he'd slip, or the bear would shake him down, and that would be the end of him. I paused no more than a second, then turned, picked up a rock and the thickest stick I could find, and sped back to try and save Rudy. The bear let go of the tree when it saw me coming, dropped to its haunches, and met my challenge. It was a huge beast, maybe 1.5 meters high. It had black fur, a white quarter moon mark across its chest, and a whitish face. Foam flecked its jaws, and its eyes were wild, as though touched by rabid madness. I stopped in front of the bear and whacked the ground with my stick. "Come on, Grizzly!" I growled. It snarled and tossed its head. I glanced up at Rudy, hoping he'd have enough sense to slink down the tree and retreat to the cave, but he stayed where he was, petrified, unable to let go. The bear swiped at me, but I ducked out of the way of its massive paw. Rearing up on its hind legs, it collapsed flat upon me, trying to crush me with the weight of its body. I avoided it again, but it was a closer call this time. I was prodding at the bear's face with the end of the stick, aiming for its eyes, when the she-wolves rushed onto the scene. They must have heard Rudy's yapping. The bear howled as one of the wolves leapt and bit deep into its shoulder, while the other attached herself to its legs, tearing at them with her teeth and claws. It shook off the uppermost wolf and bent to deal with the lower one, which was when I darted in with my stick and jabbed at its left ear. I must have hurt it, because it lost interest in the wolves and hurled itself at me. I ducked out of the way of its body, but one of its burly forelegs connected with the side of my head and knocked me to the ground. The bear rolled to its feet and made for me, scattering the wolves with swipes of its claws. I scrabbled backwards, but not fast enough. Suddenly the bear was above me, standing erect, bellowing triumphantly. It had me exactly where it wanted. I slammed the stick against its stomach, then the rock, but it took no notice of such feeble blows. Leering, it started to fall, which was when the little people barreled into its back and knocked it off balance. Their timing couldn't have been any sweeter. The bear must have thought the entire world was conspiring against it. Every time it had me in its sights, something new got in the way. Roaring loudly at the little people, it threw itself at them madly. The one with the limp stepped out of the way, but the other got trapped beneath it. The little person raised its short arms, jammed them against the bear's torso, and tried to shove it aside. The little person was strong, but he stood no chance against such a massive foe, and the bear came crashing down and flattened him. There was a horrible crunching sound, and when the bear got to its feet, I saw the little person lying in pieces, broken bones jutting out of its body and crooked green angles. The bear lifted its head and bellowed at the sky, then fixed its eyes on me and leered hungrily. Dropping to all fours, it advanced. The wolves leapt at it, but soon shook them loose as though they were fleas. I was still dazed from the blow, not able to get to my feet. I began crawling through the snow. As the bear closed in for the kill, the second little person, the one I called Lefty, stepped in front of it, caught it by its ears, and headbutted it. It was the craziest thing I'd ever seen, but it did a remarkably effective job. The bear grunted and blinked dumbly. Lefty headbutted it again and was rearing his head back for a third blow when the bear struck at him with his right paw like a boxer. It hit Lefty in the chest and knocked him down. His hood had fallen off during the struggle, and I could see his grey, stitched-together face and round green eyes. There was a mask over his mouth, like the sort doctors wear during surgery. He stared up at the bear, unafraid, waiting for the killer blow. "No!" I screamed. Stumbling to my knees, I threw a punch at the bear. It snarled at me. I punched it again, then grabbed a handful of snow and threw it into the beast's eyes. While the bear cleared its vision, I looked for a weapon. I was desperate. Anything was better than my bare hands. At first I saw nothing I could use, but then my eyes fell on the bones sticking out of the little dead person's body. Acting on instinct, I rolled across to where the little person lay, took a hold of one of the longer bones, and pulled. It was covered in blood, and my fingers slipped off. Trying again, I got a firmer hold and worked it from side to side. After a few tugs, it snapped near the base, and suddenly I wasn't defenseless any longer. The bear had regained its sight and was pounding towards me. Lefty was still on the ground. The wolves were barking furiously, unable to do anything unable to do anything to deter the charging bear. The cub yapped from its perch in the tree. I was on my own, me against the bear. No one could help me now. Spinning, using all my extra sharp vampire abilities, I rolled beneath the clutching claws of the bear, jumped to my feet, picked my spot, and rammed the tip of the bone deep into the bear's unprotected neck. The bear came to a halt. Its eyes bulged. Its forelegs dropped by its sides. For a moment, it stood, gasping painfully, the bone sticking out of its neck. Then it crashed to the ground, shook horribly for a few seconds, and died. I fell on top of the dead bear and lay there. I was shaking and crying, more from fright than pain. I had looked death in the eye before, but never had I been involved in a fight as savage as this. Eventually, one of the she-wolves, the normally shy one, cuddled up to me and licked around my face, making sure I was all right. I patted her to show I was okay and buried my face in her neck, drying my tears in her hair. When I felt able, I stood and gazed at the area around me. The other she-wolf was by the tree, coaxing Rudy down. The cub was even more shaken than me. The dead little person lay not far away, his blood seeping into the snow, turning it crimson. Lefty was sitting up, checking himself for injuries. I made my way over to Lefty to thank him for saving my life. He was incredibly ugly without his hood. He had grey skin, and his face was a mass of scars and stitches. He had no ears or nose that I could see, and his round green eyes were set near the top of his head, not in the middle of his face like they are with most people. He was completely hairless. Any other time I might have been frightened, but this creature had risked his life to save mine, and all I felt was gratitude. "Are you okay, Lefty?" I asked. He looked up and nodded. "That was a close call," I half laughed. Again, he nodded. "Thanks for coming to my rescue. That'd have been a goner if you hadn't stepped in." I sank to the ground beside him and gazed at the bear, then at the dead little person. "Sorry about your partner, Lefty," I said softly. "Shall we bury him?" The little person shook his large head, started to rise, then paused. He stared into my eyes, and I stared back, questioningly. By the expression of his face, I almost expected him to speak. Reaching up, Lefty gently tucked down the mask which covered the lower half of his face. He had a wide mouth full of sharp yellow teeth. He stuck out his tongue, which was a strange grey color, like his skin, and licked his lips. When they were wet, he flexed and stretched them a few times, then did the one thing I was sure the little people could never do. In a creaky, slow, mechanical tone, he spoke. "Name, not Lefty. Name, Harket. Harket Molds." And his lips spread into a jagged gash, which was as close to a smile as he could come. Chapter 9. Mr. Crepsley, Gaffner, and Streak had been checking a maze of cliff-top tunnels where they had heard faint echoes of the fight. They raced back, arriving 15 minutes or so after I killed the bear. They were stunned when I explained what had happened and told them about Harket Molds. The little person had replaced his robes and hood, and when they asked him if it was true that he could talk, there was a long moment of silence during which I thought he wasn't going to say anything. Then he nodded and croaked, "Yes." Gaffner actually jumped back a few steps when he heard the little person speak. Mr. Crepsley shook his head, amazed. "We will discuss this later," he said. "First, there is the bear to deal with." He crouched beside the dead bear and studied it from top to bottom. "Describe how it attacked you," he said, and I told of the bear's sudden disappearance and savage attack. "It makes no sense." Mr. Crepsley frowned. "Bears do not behave in such a fashion unless agitated or starving. It was not hunger which motivated it. Look at its round stomach. And if you did nothing to upset it." "It was foaming at the mouth," I said. "I think it had rabies." "We shall soon see." The vampire used his sharp nails to cut open the bear's belly. He stuck his nose close to the cut and sniffed the blood that was oozing out. After a few seconds, he pulled a face and stood up. "Well?" Gavner asked. "The bear was mad," Mr. Crepsley said, "but not with rabies. It had consumed the blood of a Vampanese." "How?" I gasped. "I am not sure," Mr. Crepsley replied, then glanced up at the sky. "We have time before dawn. We will trace this bear's trail and perhaps learn more along the way." "What about the dead little person?" Gafner asked. "Should we bury him?" "Do you want to bury him, Harkett?" Mr. Crepsley asked, echoing my earlier question. Harkett Mould shook his head. "Not really." "Then leave him," the vampire snapped. "Scavengers and birds will pick his bones clean. We do not have time to waste." The path of the bear was easy to follow. Even an untrained tracker like me could have traced it by the deep footprints and broken twigs. Night was drawing to a close as we pulled up at a small mound of stones and found what had driven the bear mad. Half buried beneath the stones was a purple body with a red head of hair, a Vampanese. "By the way his skull is crushed, he must have died in a fall," Mr. Crepsley said, examining the dead man. "The bear found him after he was buried and dug him up. See the chunks that have been bitten out of him." He pointed to the gaping holes in the Vampanese's belly. "That is what drove it mad. The blood of Vampanese and vampires is poisonous. Had you not killed it, it would have died in another night or two anyway." "So that's where our mystery Vampanese was," Gafner grunted. "No wonder we couldn't find him." "We don't have to worry about him anymore, do we?" I sighed happily. "Quite the contrary," Mr. Crepsley snapped. "We have more reason to worry now than before." "Why?" I asked. "He's dead, isn't he?" "He is," Mr. Crepsley agreed, then pointed to the stones which had been laid over the Vampanese. "But who buried him?" We made camp at the base of the cliff, using branches and leaves to create a shelter where the vampires could sleep safe from the sun. Once they were inside, Harkett and me sat by the entrance, and the little person told me his incredible story. The wolves had gone off hunting, except for Rudy, who was curled up in my lap and dozed. "My memories are not complete," said Harkett. Speaking wasn't easy for him, for he had to pause for breath often. "Much is clouded. I will tell you what I remember. First, I am a ghost." Our jaws dropped. "A ghost?" Mr. Crepsley shouted. "Absurd." "Absolutely," Gavner agreed with a grin. "Vampires don't believe in crazy things like ghosts, do we, Larsen?" Before Mr. Crepsley could reply, Harker corrected himself. "What I should have said is I was a ghost. All little people were ghosts until they agreed terms with Mr. Tiny." "I don't understand," Gavner said. "Agree what terms? How?" "Mr. Tiny can talk with dead," Harkett explained. I did not leave Earth when I died. Soul could not. I was stuck. Mr. Tiny found me, said he'd give me a body so I could live again. In return, I'd serve him as a little person. According to Harkett, each of the little people had struck a deal with Mr. Tiny, and each deal was different. They'd have to serve him forever. Sooner or later, they would be freed, some to live on in their grey, short bodies, some to be reborn, others to move on to heaven or paradise, or wherever it is that dead souls go. Mr. Tiny has that much power? Mr. Crepsley asked. Harkett nodded. What deal did you strike with him? I asked curiously. I do not know, he said. I cannot remember. There were lots of things he couldn't remember. He didn't know who he'd been when he was alive, when or where he'd lived, or how long he'd been dead. He didn't even know if he'd been a man or a woman. The little people were genderless, which means they were neither male nor female. So how do we refer to you? Gavner asked. He? She? They? He will do fine, Harkett said. Their blue robes and hoods were for show. Their masks, on the other hand, were necessary, and they carried several spares, some stitched under their skin for extra safekeeping. Air was lethal to them. If they breathed normal air for 10 or 12 hours, they'd die. There were chemicals in their mask which purified the air. How can you die if you're already dead? I asked, confused. My body can die like anyone else's. If it does, my soul goes back to the way it was. Could you agree to another contract with Mr. Tiny? Mr. Crepsley asked. Harkett shook his head. Not sure, but don't think so. One shot at extra life is all I think we get. The little people could read each other's minds. That's why they never spoke. He wasn't sure if the others were able to speak or not. When asked why he'd never spoken before, he pulled a crooked grin and said he'd never had cause to. But there must be a reason, Mr. Crepsley pressed. In all the hundreds of years that we have known them, no little person has ever spoken, even when dying or in great pain. Why have you broken that long silence? And why? Harkin hesitated. I have a message, he finally said. Mr. Tiny gave it to me to give to Vampire Princess, so I'd had to speak soon anyway. A message? Mr. Crepsley leant forward intently, but pulled back into the shadows of the shelter when the sun hit him. What sort of message? It is for Princess, Harkett said. I do not think I should tell you. Go on, Harkett, I urged him. We won't tell him you told us. You can trust us. You will not tell? He asked Mr. Crepsley and Gavner. My lips are sealed, Gavner promised. Mr. Crepsley was slower to make his pledge, but finally nodded. Harkett took a deep, shuddering breath. Mr. Tiny told me to tell Princess that the night of the Vampinese Lord is at hand. That is all. The night of the Vampinese Lord is at hand, I repeated. What kind of a message is that? I do not know what it means, Harkett said. I'm just the messenger. Gavner, do you? I started to ask, but stopped when I saw the expressions of the vampires. Though Harcourt's message meant nothing to me, it obviously meant a great deal to them. Their faces were even paler than usual, and they were trembling with fear. In fact, they couldn't have looked more terrified if they'd been staked to the ground out in the open and left for the sun to rise. Chapter 10. Mr. Crepsley and Gavner wouldn't explain the meaning of Harcourt's message straight away. They were too stunned to speak, and the story only trickled out over the next 3 or 4 nights, most of it coming from Gavner. It had to do with something Mr. Tiny told the vampires hundreds of years ago, when the Vampirese broke away. Once the fighting had died down, he had visited the princes at Vampire Mountain and told them that the Vampirese were not hierarchically structured, Mr. Crepsley's phrase, which meant there were no Vampirese generals or princes. Nobody gave orders or bossed the others about. That was one of the reasons they broke away, Gavner said. They didn't like the way things worked with vampires. They thought it was unfair that ordinary vampires had to answer to generals, and the generals to the princes. Lowering his voice so that Mr. Crepsley couldn't hear, he said, "To be honest, I agree with some of that. There is room for change. The vampire system has worked for hundreds of years, but that doesn't mean it's perfect." "Are you saying you'd rather be a Vampirese?" I asked, shocked. "Of course not," he laughed. "They kill and allow mad Vampirese like Merlot to run around and do as they please. It's far better to be a vampire. But that doesn't mean that some of their ideas aren't worth taking on board. Not flitting on the way to Vampire Mountain, for example. That's a ridiculous rule. But it can only be changed by the princes, who don't have to change anything they don't want to, regardless of what the rest of us think. Generals have to do everything the princes say, and ordinary vampires have to do everything generals say." Though the Vampirese didn't believe in leaders, Mr. Tiny said that one night a champion would step forward. He would be known as the Vampirese Lord, and the Vampirese would follow him blindly and do everything he said. "What's so bad about that?" I asked. "Wait till you hear the next bit," Gavner said gravely. Apparently, not long after the Vampirese Lord came to power, he would lead the Vampirese into war against the vampires. It was a war Mr. Tiny warned that the vampires couldn't win. They would be wiped out. "Is that true?" I asked, appalled. Gavner shrugged. "We've been asking ourselves that for 700 years. Nobody doubts Mr. Tiny's powers. He's proved before that he can see into the future, but sometimes he tells lies. He's an evil little worm." "Why didn't you go after the Vampirese and kill them all?" I asked. "Mr. Tiny said that some Vampirese would survive, and the Vampirese Lord would come as promised. Besides, war with the Vampirese was exacting too heavy a toll. Humans were hunting us down, and might have made an end of us. It was best to declare a truce and let matters lie." "Is there no way the vampires could beat the Vampirese?" I asked. "I'm not sure," Gavner replied, scratching his head. "There are more vampires than Vampirese, and we're as strong as they are, so I can't see why we shouldn't be able to get the better of them. But Mr. Tiny said numbers wouldn't matter." "There is one hope," he added. "The Stone of Blood." "What's that?" "You'll see when we get to Vampire Mountain. It's a magic icon, sacred to us. Mr. Tiny said if we prevented it from falling into the hands of the Vampirese one night, long after the battle has been fought and lost, there's a chance that the vampires might rise from the ashes and prosper again." "How?" I asked, frowning. Gavner smiled. "That question has puzzled vampires for as long as it's been asked. Let me know if you figure it out," he said with a wink, and drew the conversation to a troubling close. A week later, we arrived at Vampire Mountain. It wasn't the highest mountain in the region, but it was steep and rocky, and looked like it would be almost impossible to climb. "Where's the palace?" I asked, squinting up at the snowy peak, which seemed to point directly at the three-quarter moon overhead. Palace, Mr. Krebsley replied. Where the vampire princes live. Mr. Krebsley and Gavner burst out laughing. What's so funny? I snapped. How long do you think we could escape detection if we build a palace on the side of the mountain? Mr. Krebsley asked. Then where? Understanding dawned. It's inside the mountain. Of course, Gavner smiled. The mountain's a giant hive of caves and chambers. Everything a vampire could wish for is stored within. Coffins, vats of human blood, food and wine. The only time you see vampires on the outside is when they're arriving or departing or going to hunt. How do we get in? I asked. Mr. Krebsley tapped the side of his nose. Watch and see. We walked around the rocky base of the mountain. Mr. Krebsley and Gavner were full of excitement, though only Gavner let it show. The older vampire acted as dryly as ever, and it was only when he thought nobody was looking that he'd grin to himself and rub his hands together in anticipation. We reached a stream which was 6 or 7 meters wide. The water flowed swiftly through it and gushed away down to the flat plains beyond. While we were working our way upstream, a lone wolf appeared in the near distance and howled. Streak and the other wolves came to an immediate stop. Streak's ears pricked up. He listened a moment, then he howled back. His tail was wagging when he looked at me. He is saying goodbye, Mr. Krebsley informed me, but I guessed that already. Do they have to go? I asked. This is what they came for, to meet others of their kind. It would be cruel to ask them to stay with us. I nodded glumly and reached down to scratch Streak's ears. Nice knowing you, Streak, I said. Then I patted Rudy. I'll miss you, you miserable little runt. The adult wolves started away. Rudy hesitated, looking from me to the departing wolves. For a second, I thought he might choose to stick with me, but then he barked, rubbed his wet nose over the tops of my bare feet, and set off after the others. You'll see him again, Gavner promised. We'll look them up when we leave. Sure, I sniffed, pretending I wasn't bothered. I'll be okay. It's just a pack of dumb old wolves, I don't care. Of course you don't, Gavner smiled. Come, Mr. Krebsley said, heading upstream. We cannot stand here all night, pining over a few mangly wolves. I glared at him, and he coughed uncomfortably. You know, he said softly, wolves never forget a face. The cub will remember you, even when it is old and grey. Really? I asked. Yes, he said, then turned and resumed walking. Gavner and Harkett fell in behind him. I glanced over my shoulder one last time at the departing wolves, sighed resignedly. Then I picked up my bag and followed. Chapter 11. We crossed above the opening where the stream came tumbling out of the mountain. The noise was deafening, especially for super-sensitive vampire ears, so we hurried on as quickly as possible. The rocks were slippery, and in some spots we had to form a chain. At one extra icy patch, Gavner and me both slipped. I was in front, holding on to Mr. Krebsley, but the force of the fall broke our grip. Luckily, Harkett held on to Gavner and pulled the two of us up. We reached the mouth of a tunnel of a quarter of an hour later. We hadn't climbed very far up the mountain, but it was a steep drop when I looked down. I'm glad we weren't climbing any higher. Mr. Krebsley entered first. I went in after him. It was dark inside the tunnel. I was going to ask Mr. Krebsley if we should stop to set torches, when I realized the further in we crept, the brighter the tunnel became. Where's the light coming from? I asked. Luminous Lichen, Mr. Krebsley replied. Is that a tongue twister or an answer? I grumbled. It is a It's a form of fungus which gives off light, Gaffner explained. It grows in certain caves and on the floors of some oceans. Ah, right. Does it grow all over the mountain? Not everywhere. We use torches where it doesn't. Ahead of us, Mr. Crepsley stopped and cursed. What's wrong? Gaffner asked. Cave in, he sighed. There is no way through. Does that mean we can't get in? I asked, alarmed at the thought of having trekked all this way for nothing, only have to turn back at the very end. There are other ways, Gaffner said. The mountain's riddled with tunnels. We'll just have to backtrack and find another. We had better hurry, Mr. Crepsley said. Dawn is fast approaching. We shuffled back the way we come, Harker in the lead this time. Outside, we moved as quickly as we could, which wasn't very fast given the treacherous footing, and made it to the mouth of the next tunnel a few minutes after the sun had started to rise. This new tunnel wasn't as large as the other, and the two full vampires had to walk bent double. Harker and me had just had to duck our heads. The luminous lichen didn't grow strongly here, though there was enough of it for our extra sharp eyes to see by. After a while, I noticed that we were sloping downwards instead of up. I asked Gaffner about this. It's just the way the tunnel goes, he said. It'll lead upwards eventually. About half an hour later, we cut up. At one stage, the tunnel veered upwards almost vertically, and we faced a difficult climb. The walls pressed tightly about us, and I'm sure I wasn't the only one whose mouth dried up with nerves. Shortly after the tunnel leveled out, it opened onto a small cave where we stopped to rest. I could hear the stream we crossed earlier churning along not far beneath our feet. There were 4 tunnels leading out of the cave. I asked Gaffner how Mr. Crepsley knew which one to take. The correct tunnel's marked, he said, leading me over to them and pointing to a tiny arrow which had been scratched into the wall at the bottom of one tunnel. Where do the others lead? I asked. Dead ends, other tunnels, or up to the halls. The halls were where they called parts of the mountain where the vampires lived. Many of the tunnels haven't been explored, and there are no maps. Never wander off by yourself, he warned. You could get lost very easily. While the others were resting, I checked on Madame Octa to see if she was hungry. She'd slept through most of the journey. She didn't like the cold, but woke every now and then to eat. As I was taking the cloth off her cage, I saw a spider creeping towards us. It wasn't as large as Madame Octa, but it looked dangerous. Gavner, I called, stepping away from the cage. What's wrong? A spider. Oh, he grinned. Don't worry. The mountain's full of them. Are they poisonous? I asked, bending down to study the spider, which was examining the cage with great interest. No, he answered. Their bite's no worse than a bee sting. I removed the cloth, curious to see what Madame Octa would do when she spotted the strange spider. She took no notice of it, just sat where she was, while the other spider crawled over the cage. I knew a lot about spiders. I've read many books about arachnids and watched wildlife programs when I was younger, but I hadn't seen any quite like this one before. It was hairier than most, and a curious yellow color. Once the spider had departed, I fed Madame Octa a few insects and replaced the cloth. I lay down with the others and napped for a few hours. At one stage, I thought I heard children giggling in one of the tunnels. I sat up, ears strained, but the sound didn't come to me again. What's wrong? Gavner groaned softly, half opening an eye. Nothing, I said uncertainly. Then asked Gavner if any vampire children lived in the mountain. No, he said, closing his eye. You're the only blooded kid, as far as I know. Oh, then I must have been imagining things, I yawned, and lay down again, though I kept one ear cocked while I dozed. Later, we rose and proceeded further up the mountain, taking the tunnels marked with arrows. After what seemed like an age, we came to a large wooden door blocking the tunnel. Mr. Crepsley made himself presentable, then knocked loudly with his bare knuckles. There was no immediate answer, so we knocked again. Then again. Finally, there were sounds of life on the far side of the door, and it opened. Torchlight flared from within. It was blinding to us after so long in the tunnels, and we shielded our eyes until they'd adjusted. A lean vampire in dark green clothes emerged and cast an eye over us. He frowned when he saw Harkett and me, and took a firmer grip on the long spear he was holding. I could see others behind him, dressed in green as well, none lacking a weapon. "Address yourself to the gate," the guard barked. The vampire had told me this was how newcomers were greeted. "I am Larsen Crepsley, come to seek counsel," Mr. Crepsley said. It was the standard reply. "I am Gavner Pearl, come to seek counsel," Gavner said. "I am Darren Shan, come to seek counsel," I told the guard. "I, Harkett Moulds, come seek counsel," Harkett wheezed. "Larsen Crepsley is recognized by the gate," the guard said, "and Gavner Pearl is recognized. But these other two—" He pointed his spear at us and shook his head. "They are our traveling companions," Mr. Crepsley said. "The boy is my assistant, a half-vampire." "Do you vouch for him?" the guard asked. "I do." "Then Darren Shan is recognized by the gate." The tip of his spear pointed firmly at Harkett now. "But this is no vampire. What business has he at a council?" "His name is Harkett Moulds. He is a little person. A little person!" the guard gasped, lowering his spear. He crouched and made a rude study of Harkett's face. Harkett had removed his hood soon after we entered the tunnels, better to see by. "He's an ugly specimen, isn't he?" the guard remarked. If he hadn't been carrying a spear, I'd have ticked him off for speaking so inconsiderately. "I thought the little people couldn't speak." "We all thought that," Mr. Crepsley said. "But they can. At least this one can. He has a message for the princes, to be delivered in person." "A message?" The guard scratched his chin with the tip of his spear. "From who?" "Desmond Tiny," Mr. Crepsley replied. The guard blanched, stood to attention, and said quickly, "The little person known as Harkett Moulds is recognized by the gate. The halls are open to all of you. Enter and farewell." He stepped aside and let us pass. Moments later, the door closed behind us, and our journey to the Hall of Vampires, and our journey to the halls of Vampire Mountain was at an end. Chapter 12. One of the green-clad guards escorted us to the halls of Oscar Velm, which was the Hall of Welcome. Most of the halls were named after famous vampires. This was a small cavern, the walls knobbly and black with the grime and soot of decades. It was warmed and lit by several open fires, the air pleasantly thick with smoke. The smoke slowly exited the cavern through natural cracks and holes in the ceiling. There were several roughly carved tables and benches where arriving vampires could rest and eat. The legs of the tables had been fashioned from the bones of large animals. There were hand-woven baskets full of shoes on the walls, which newcomers were free to pick from. You could also find out who was in attendance at the council. A large black stone was set in one of the walls, and the name of every vampire who had arrived was etched upon it. As we sat at a long wooden table, I saw a vampire climb a ladder and add our names to the list. After Harkett, he put in brackets, a little person. There weren't many vampires in the quiet, smoky hall. Ourselves, a few more who had recently arrived, and several green uniformed guards. A vampire with long hair, wearing no top, came over to us with two round barrels. One was packed to the top with loaves of hard bread. The other was half full of grisly bits of both raw and cooked meat. We took as much as we wished to eat and set it down on the table. There were no plates, using our fingers and teeth to break off chunks. The vampire returned with 3 large jugs filled with human blood, wine, and water. I asked for a mug, but Gavner told me you had to pour straight from the jug. It was difficult. I soaked my chin and chest with water the first time I tried, but it was more fun than drinking out of a cup. The bread was stale, but the vampire brought bowls of hot broth. The bowls were carved from the skulls of various beasts, and the bread was fine if you tore a piece off and dipped it in the thick dark broth for a few seconds. "This is great," I said, munching away at my third slice. "The best," Gavner agreed. He was already on his 5th. "How come you're not having any broth?" I asked Mr. Krebsley, who was eating his bread plain. "Bad broth does not agree with me," he replied. My hand froze on my way to its mouth. The soaked piece of bread I'd been holding fell to the table. "Bat broth!" I yelped. "Of course," Gavner said. "What did you think it was made of?" I stared down into the dark liquid of the bowl. The light was poor in the cavern, but now that I focused, I spotted a thin, leathery wing sticking out of the broth. "Oh, I think I'm going to be sick," I moaned. "Oh, don't be stupid," Gavner chortled. "You loved it when you didn't know what it was. Just get it down you and pretend it's fresh. It's not fresh chicken soup. You'll eat a lot worse than a bat broth before your stay in Vampire Mountain's over." I pushed the bowl away. "Actually, I feel quite full," I muttered. "I'll leave it for now." I glanced at Harkett, who was mopping up the last of his broth with a thick slice of bread. "You don't mind eating bats?" I asked. Harkett shrugged. "I've no taste, but food is all the same to me." "You can't taste anything?" I asked. "Bat, dog, mud, no difference. I have no sense of smell either. That's why no nose." "That's something I meant to ask about," Gavner said. "If you're not able to smell without a nose, how can you hear without ears?" "I have ears," Harkett said. "They're under skin." He pointed to 2 spots on either side of his round green eyes. He left his hood down. Gavner leaned over the table to examine Harkett's ears. "Ah, I see them," he exclaimed, and we all leaned over to gawk. Harkett didn't mind. He liked the attention. His ears looked like dry dates, barely visible beneath the grey skin. You can hear in spite of the skin stretched over them?" Gavner asked. "Quite well," Harkett replied. "Not as good as vampires, but better than humans." "How come you've got ears but no nose?" I asked. "Mr. Tiny didn't give me nose. Never asked why not. Maybe because of air. Would need another mask for nose." It was strange to think that Harker couldn't smell the musky air of the hall or taste the bat broth. No wonder the little people never complained when I brought them rotting, stinking animals that had been dead for ages. I was about to ask Harker more about his limited senses when an ancient-looking vampire dressed in red sat down opposite Mr. Krebsley and smiled. "I was expecting you weeks ago," he said. "What took you so long?" "Seba!" Mr. Krebsley roared. and lunged across the table to clasp the older vampire's shoulders. I was surprised. I'd never seen him behave so warmly towards another person. He was beaming when he let the vampire go. It has been a long time, old friend. Too long, the older vampire agreed. I have often searched for you mentally in hopes that you were near. When I sensed you coming, I hardly dared believe it. The older vampire ran an eye over Harkett and me. He was wrinkled and shrunken with age, but the light of a younger man burned brightly in his eyes. Are you going to introduce me to your friends, Lawton? He asked. Of course, Mr. Krebsley said. You know Governor Pearl? Governor, the vampire nodded. Saber, Governor replied. This is Harkett Moulds, Mr. Krebsley said. A little person, Saber noted. I have not seen one of those since Mr. Tiny visited us when I was a boy. Greetings, Harkett Moulds. Hello, Harkett replied. Saber blinked slowly. He talks. Wait until you hear what he has to say, Mr. Krebsley said somberly. Then, turning to me, he said, And this is Darren Shan, my assistant. Greetings, Darren Shan. Saber smiled at me. He looked at Mr. Krebsley strangely. You, Lawton, with an assistant. I know, Mr. Krebsley coughed. I always said I would never take one. And so young, Saber murmured. The princess will not approve. Most probably not, Mr. Krebsley agreed miserably. Then he shook off his gloom. Darren, Harkett, this is Saber Nile, the quartermaster of Vampire Mountain. Do not let his age fool you. He is as sly, cunning, and quick as any vampire, and will get the better of those who try and best him. As you know from experience, Saber chuckled. Do you remember when you set out to steal half a vat of my finest wine and replace it with a lesser vintage? Oh, please, Mr. Krebsley said, looking pained. I was young and foolish. There is no need to remind me. What happened? I asked, delighted by the vampire's discomfort. Tell him, Larsen, Saber said, and Mr. Krebsley obeyed sullenly, like a child. He got to the wine first, he muttered, emptied the vat, and replaced the wine with vinegar. I had swallowed half a bottle before I realized. I spent the rest of the night retching. No, Gaffner burst out laughing. I was young, Mr. Krebsley growled. I did not know better. But I taught you, Larsen, did I not? Saber remarked. Yes, Mr. Krebsley smiled. Saber was my tutor. I learned most of what I know at his hands. The three vampires got to talking about old times, and I sat listening. Most of what they said sailed clean over my head, names of people and places which meant nothing to me. And after a while, I sat back and gazed around the cavern, studying the flickering lights of the fires and the shapes the smoke made in the air. I only realized I was dozing off when Mr. Krebsley shook me gently and my eyes snapped open. The boy's tired, Saber noted. He has never made the journey before, Mr. Krebsley said. He is not accustomed to such hardship. Come, Saber said, standing. I will find rooms for you. He is not the only one who needs to rest. We will talk more tomorrow. As the quartermaster of Vampire Mountain, Saber was in charge of the stores and living quarters. It was his job to make sure there were enough food and drink and blood for everyone, and that every vampire had a place to sleep. There were other vampires working for him, but he was the main man. Aside from the princes, Saber was the most respected vampire in the mountain. Saber bid me walk beside him as we made our way from the hall of Oscar Velm to our sleeping quarters. He pointed out various halls as we passed and told me their names, most of which I couldn't pronounce, never mind remember, and what they were used for. It will take a while to adjust, he said, noting my dazed gaze. For the first few nights you may feel lost, but in time you will grow accustomed to the place. The network of tunnels concerning the halls to the sleeping quarters were old and The network of tunnels connecting the halls to the sleeping quarters were cold and damp, despite the torches, but the tiny rooms, niches carved out of the rock, were bright and warm, each lit by a powerful torch. Siva asked if we wanted one big room between us, or if we prefer separate quarters. Separate, Mr. Krebsley immediately replied. I have had enough of Gavner's snoring on the trail. Charming, Gavner huffed. Harkin and me don't mind doubling up, do we? I said, not liking the idea of being left on my own in such a strange place. That's fine by me, Harkin agreed. All the rooms boasted coffins instead of beds, but when Siva saw my gloomy face, he laughed and said I could have a hammock if I preferred. I will send one of my staff to you tomorrow, he promised. Tell him what you need, and he will get it. I look after my guests. Thank you, I said, glad that I wouldn't have to sleep in the coffin every day. Siva started to leave. Wait, Mr. Krebsley called him back. I have something to show you. Oh? Siva smiled. Darren, Mr. Krebsley said. Fetch Madame Octa. When Siva Niles saw the spider, his breath caught in his throat, and he gazed at it as though mesmerized. Oh, Larten, he sighed. What a beauty! He took the cage from me, holding it tenderly, and opened the door. Stop! I hissed. Don't let her out. She's poisonous. Siva only smiled and reached into the cage. I have never met a spider I have not been able to charm, he said. But, I began. It is all right, Darren, Mr. Krebsley said. Siva knows what he is doing. The old vampire coaxed the spider onto his fingers and lifted her out of the cage. She squatted comfortably in the palm of his hand. Siva bent his face over her and whistled softly. The spider's legs twitched, and from her intent look, I knew he must be communicating mentally with her. Siva stopped whistling, and Madame Octa crawled up his arm. Upon reaching his shoulder, she nestled up to his chin and relaxed. I couldn't believe it. I'd always had to whistle continuously with a flute, not my lips, and concentrate fiercely to keep her from biting me. But with Siva, she was completely docile. She is marvelous, Siva said, stroking her. You must tell me more about her when you have a chance. I thought I knew all of the spiders in existence, but this one is new to me. I thought you would like her, Mr. Krebsley beamed. That is why I brought her. I wish to make you a present of her. You would part with such a wonderful spider? Siva asked. For you, old friend, anything. Siva smiled at Mr. Krebsley, then looked at Madame Octa. Sighing regretfully, he shook his head. I must refuse, he said. I am old, and not as sprightly as I used to be. I am kept busy trying to keep up with jobs I once sipped through. I do not have time to care for such an exotic pet. Are you sure? Mr. Krebsley asked, disappointed. I would love to take her, but I cannot. He placed Madame Octa back in a cage and handed it to me. Only the young have the energy to tend to the needs of spiders of such caliber. Look after her, Darren. She is beautiful and rare. I'll keep my eye on her, I promised. I once thought the spider was beautiful too, until she bit my best friend and led me to becoming a half vampire. Now, Siva said, I must go. You are not the only new arrival. You are not the only new arrivals. Until we meet again, farewell. There were no doors in the tiny rooms, Mr. Crepsley and Gavner bid us good night before heading for their coffins. Harkett and me stepped into our room and studied our two caskets. I don't think you'll fit in that, I said. That is okay. I can sleep on floor. Well, in that case, see you in the morning. I glanced around the cave. Or will it be night? Impossible to tell in here. I didn't like getting into the coffin, but took comfort in the fact that it was only for one time. Lying back, I left the lid open and stared up at the rocky grey ceiling. I thought that with the excitement of having arrived at Vampire Mountain, it'd take ages to fall asleep. But within minutes, I dropped off and slept as soundly as I would have in my hammock, back at the Cirque du Freak. Chapter 13. Harkett was standing by his coffin when I awoke, his green eyes wide open. I stretched and said good morning. There was a brief pause, then he shook his head and looked at me. Good morning, he replied. Been awake long? I asked. Just woke now. When you spoke to me, fell asleep, standing up. I frowned. But your eyes were open. He nodded. Always open. No lids or lashes. Can't shut them. The more I learned about Harkett, the stranger he got. Does that mean you can see things while you're asleep? Yes, but I take no notice of them. Gafner appeared at the entrance to our room. Rise and shine, boys, he boomed. Night's wearing on. There's work to be done. Anybody for bat broth? I asked to use the toilet before we went to eat. Gavner led me to a small door with the letters WC carved into it. What does that stand for? I asked. Water closet, he informed me, then added, Don't fall in. I thought that was a joke, but when I stepped inside, I realized it was a genuine warning. There was no toilet in the water closet, just a round hole in the ground which led to a gurgling mountain stream. I stared down the hole. It wasn't large enough for an adult to fall through, but somebody my size just fit, and shivered when I saw dark, gushing water at the bottom. I didn't like the idea of squatting over the hole, but there was no other option, so I got on with it. Are all the toilets like that? I asked when I came out. Yes, Gavner laughed. It's the easiest way to get rid of the waste. There are several big streams leading out of the mountain, and the toilets are built over them. The streams wash everything away. Gavner led Hagen and me to the hall of Cledden Lert. Siba Nile had pointed out the hall to me the day before and said it was where meals were served. He also told me a bit about Cledden Lert. He had been a general of great standing who died saving other vampires in the fight with the Vampanese when they broke away. Vampires loved telling tales of their ancestors. They kept few written records, opting instead to keep their history alive by word of mouth, passing on stories and legends around fires or over tables, one generation to another. Red drapes hung from the ceiling, covering the walls, and there was a large statue of Cledden Lert at the center of the hall. Like most of the mountain sculptures, it had been carved from the bones of animals. The hall was lit by strong torches, and it was neatly full when we arrived. Gavner, Harkett, and me sat at a table with Mr. Crepsley, Siba Nile, and a load of vampires I didn't know. Talk was loud and raucous. Much of it had to do with fighting and feats of endurance. This was my first good look at a crowd of vampires, and I spent more time gazing around than I did eating. They didn't look that different to humans, except many were scarred from battle and hard living, and not a single one, it goes without saying, was suntanned. They were a smelly lot. They didn't use deodorants, though a few had strings of wild flowers or naturally scented herbs around their necks and wrists. Though vampires took care to wash in the world of humans, a foul stench could lead a vampire hunter to his prey. Here in the mountains, hardly any of them bothered with such luxuries. With all this soot and dirt of the holes, they didn't see the point. It was impossible to keep clean. I noticed virtually no women. After lengthy scanning, I spotted one sitting at a table in a corner and another serving food. Otherwise, all the vampires were all men. There were very few, there were very few old people either. Saber seemed to be the oldest vampire present. I asked him about this. Very few vampires live to be a ripe old age, he replied. While vampires live far longer than humans, very few of us make it to our vampiric 60s or 70s. What do you mean? I asked. Vampires measure age in two ways, Earth years and vampire years, he explained. The vampiric age is the age of the body. Physically, I am in my 80s. The Earth age refers to how many years a vampire has been alive. I was a young boy when I was blooded, so I am 700 Earth years old. 700! It was an incredible age. Though many vampires live hundreds of Earth years, Seba went on, hardly any make it to their vampiric 60s. Why not? I asked. Vampires live hard. We push ourselves to the limit, undergoing many tests of strength, wit, and courage. Hardly any sit around in pajamas and slippers, growing old quietly. Most, when they grow too old to care for themselves, meet death on their feet, rather than let their friends look after them. How come you've lived so long then? I asked. Darren, Mr. Crepsley snapped, shooting me a piercing glare. Oh, do not chastise the boy, Seba smiled. His open curiosity is refreshing. I have lived to this long age because of my position, he said to me. I was asked many decades ago to become the quartermaster of Vampire Mountain. It is not an enviable job, since it means living inside, hardly ever going hunting or fighting, but quartermasters are essential and much honored. It would have been impolite of me to refuse. If I was free, I could have been dead long by now. But one who does not exert oneself tends to live longer than those who do. It seems crazy to me, I said. Why do you push yourself so hard? It is our way, Siva answered. Also, we have more time on our hands than humans, so it is less precious to us. If, in vampire years, a 60-year-old man was blooded when he was 20, he will have lived for more than 400 Earth years. A man grows tired of life when he has lived so much of it. I was trying to see it from their point of view, but it was hard. Maybe I think differently when I've been around a century or two. Gavner rose before we'd finished eating, and said he had to leave. He asked Harkett to accompany him. Where are you going? I asked. The Hall of Princes, he said. I must present myself to the princes and tell them about the dead vampire and vampanese we discovered. I also want to introduce Harkett so he can pass on his message. The sooner the better, I think. When they left, I asked Mr. Crepsley why we hadn't gone with them. It is not our place to present ourselves to the princes, he said. Gavner is a general, so he has the right to ask to see the princes. As ordinary vampires, we must wait to be invited before them. But you used to be a general, I reminded him. They wouldn't mind if you popped in to say hello, would they? Of course they would, Mr. Crepsley scowled, then turned to Seba and sighed. He is slow to learn our ways. Seba laughed. And you are slow to learn the ways of the teacher. You forget how eagerly you questioned our way out of life when you were blooded. I recall the night you stormed into my chambers and swore you would never become a general. You said generals were backward imbeciles, and we should be looking to the future, not dwelling in the past. I never said that, Mr. Crepsley gasped. Oh, you certainly did, Siva insisted. And more. You were a fiery youth, and there were times when I thought you would never calm down. I was often tempted to dismiss you, but I did not. I let you ask your questions and air your rage, and in time you learned that yours was not the wisest head in the world, and that the old ways might indeed be the best. Students never appreciate their teachers while they are learning. It is only later, when they know more of the world, that they understand how indebted they are to those who instructed them. Good teachers expect no praise or love from the young. They wait for it, and in time, it comes. Are you scolding me? Mr. Crepsley asked. Yes, Siva smiled. You are a fine vampire, Larsen, but you have much to learn about teaching. Do not be so quick to criticize. Accept Darren's questions and stubbornness. Answer patiently and do not scold him for his opinions. Only in this way can he mature and develop as you did. I extracted a guilty pleasure out of watching Mr. Crepsley being hauled down a peck or two. I was extremely close to the vampire, but his pomposity sometimes got on my nerves. It was fun to see him having his wrist slapped. Oh, stop smirking, he snapped at me when he saw me. Now, I scolded him. You heard what Mr. Niles said. Be patient. Strive to understand me. Mr. Crepsley was puffing himself up to roar at me when Siva coughed discreetly. The vampire glanced at his old teacher. The air wheezed out of him, and he grinned sheepishly. Instead of giving out, he politely asked me to pass him a loaf of bread. My pleasure, Larsen, I responded wryly, and the three of us shared a quiet laugh, while the other vampires in the hall of Cledden Lurt bellowed, told stories, and cracked ribald jokes around us. Chapter 14. After breakfast, Mr. Crepsley and me went to shower as we were filthy from the trek. He said we wouldn't wash often while here, but a shower at the start was a good idea. The hall of Petra Vingral was a huge cavern with modest stalactites and two natural waterfalls set close together to the right of the door. The water fell from a high up into a vampire-made pond and flowed to a hole near the back of the cavern, through which it disappeared and joined up with other streams on the ground. What do you think of the waterfalls? Mr. Crepsley asked, raising his voice to be heard over the noise of the running water. Beautiful, I said, admiring the way the torchlight reflected in the cascading water. But where are the showers? Mr. Crepsley grinned sadistically, and I clicked to where we were meant to wash. No way! I shouted. The water must be freezing! It is, Mr. Crepsley agreed, slipping off his clothes. But there are no other bathing facilities in Vampire Mountain. I started to protest, but he laughed, walked to the nearest waterfall, and immersed himself in the spray. I felt chilly just looking at the vampire showering, but I'd been eager to wash, and I knew he'd mock me for the rest of our stay if I backed out. So, wriggling free of my clothes, I walked to the edge of the pond, tested the water with my toes, youch! Then leapt forward and surrendered myself to the flow of the second waterfall. Oh my lord! I roared with an ice-cold shock. This is torture! Aye, Mr. Crepsley shouted. Now you understand why so few vampires bother to wash while at council. Is there a law against hot water or something? I screeched, furiously scrubbing my chest, back, and under my arms, in a hurry to finish with the shower. Not as such, Mr. Crepsley replied, stepping out of his waterfall and running a hand through his short crop of orange hair before shaking it dry like a dog. But cold water is enough for nature's other creatures of the wilds. We prefer not to eat it, at least not here, in the heart of our homeland. Rough, prickly towels had been laid out close to the pond, and I wrapped myself in two of them as soon as I got out from under the waterfall. For a few minutes, I felt as though my blood had turned to ice, but then my sensations returned, and I was able to enjoy the warmth of thick towels. Bracing, Mr. Krebsley commented, rubbing himself dry. Murder, more like, I grumbled, though secretly I'd rather enjoyed the originality of the primitive shower. While we were dressing, I stared at the rocky ceiling and walls and wondered how high the halls were. I asked Mr. Krebsley. Nobody knows exactly when vampires first came here, or how they found it, he said. The oldest discovered artifacts date back about 300 years, but it is likely that for a long time it was only used occasionally by small bands of wandering vampires. As far as we know, the halls were established as a permanent base about 1400 years ago. That is when the first princes moved in and the councils began. The halls have grown since then. There are vampires at work on the structure all the time, hollowing out new rooms, extending old ones, building tunnels. It is long, tiring work. No mechanical equipment is allowed, but we have plenty of time to attend to it. By the time we emerged from the hall of Petrovin Gral, word of Harket's message had spread. He had told the princes that the night of the Vampanese Lord was at hand, and the vampires were in an uproar. They milled around the mountain like ants, passing on the word to those who hadn't heard, discussing it hotly, and making absurd plans to set out and kill all the Vampanese they could find. Mr. Krebsley had promised to take me on a tour of the halls, but postponed it because of the commotion. He said we'd go when things quietened down. I might be trampled underfoot by agitated vampires if we set off now. I was disappointed, but I knew he was right. This was no time to go exploring. When we got back to my sleeping niche, a young vampire had taken away our coffins and was stringing up hammocks. He offered to find new clothes for Mr. Krebsley and me if we wanted. We thanked him and accompanied him to one of the storerooms to be knitted out. The stores of Vampire Mountain were full of treasures, food and blood vats and weapon caches, but I only got a brief look at these. The young vampire took us directly to the rooms where the spare clothes were stored and left us alone to pick whatever we liked. I searched for a costume like my old one, but there were no pirate suits, so I chose a brown jumper and dark trousers with a pair of soft shoes. Mr. Krebsley dressed in all red, his favorite color, though these robes were far less fanciful than the ones he normally wore. It was while he was adjusting his cape that I realized how similar his dress sense and Seba Niles were. I mentioned it to him, and he smiled. I have copied many of Seba's ways, he said. Not just his way of dressing, but also his way of speaking. I did not always use these precise, measured tones. When I was your age, I ran my words together the same as anybody. Years spent in the company of Seba taught me to slow down and consider my words before speaking. You mean I might end up like you one day? I asked, alarmed at the thought of sounding so serious and stuffy. You might, Mr. Krebsley said, though I would not bet on it. Seba commanded my utmost respect, so I tried hard to copy what he did. You, on the other hand, seem to be determined to do the opposite of everything I say. I'm not that bad, I grinned. But there was some grain of truth in his words. I'd always been stubborn. I admired Mr. Krebsley more than he knew, but hated the idea of looking like a pushover who did everything he was told. Sometimes I disobeyed the vampire just so he wouldn't think I was paying attention to what he said. Besides, Mr. Krebsley added, I have neither the heart nor the will to punish you when you make mistakes, as Seba punished me. Why? I asked. What did he do? He was a fair but hard teacher, Mr. Krebsley said. When I told him of my desire to mimic him, he began paying close attention to my punctuation. Whenever I said don't or it's or can't, He would pluck a hair from inside my nose. No way, I hooted. It is true, he said glumly. Did he use tweezers? No, his fingernails. Ow! Mr. Crepsley nodded. I asked him to stop. I said I no longer cared to copy him, but he would not. He believes in finishing what one starts. After several months of having the hairs ripped from inside my nostrils, I had a brainwave and signed them with a red-hot rod. After several months of having the hairs ripped from inside my nostrils, I had a brainwave and singed them with a red-hot rod. Not something I recommend you try, so they would not grow back. What happened? Mr. Crepsley blushed. He began plucking hairs from an even more tender spot. Where? I quickly asked. The vampire's blush deepened. I will not say. It is far too embarrassing. Later, when I got Seba by himself, he put the question to him. He chortled wickedly and told me. His ears. While we were slipping on our shoes, a slender blonde vampire in a bright blue suit barged into the room and slammed the door behind him. He stood panting by the door, unaware of us, until Mr. Crepsley called to him. Is that you, Curda? No! The vampire yelled and grabbed for the handle. Then he paused and glanced over his shoulder. Larson? Yes, Mr. Crepsley replied. That's different. The vampire sauntered over. When he got closer, I saw that he had 3 small red scars on his left cheek. They looked somehow familiar, though I couldn't think why. I was hoping to run into you. I wanted to ask about this Harkett Moulds person and his message. Is it true? Mr. Crepsley shrugged. I have only heard the rumor. He said nothing to us about it on his way here. Mr. Crepsley hadn't forgotten our promise to Harkett. Not a word of it, the vampire asked, sitting on an upturned barrel. He told us the message was for the vampire princes only. He told us the message was for the vampire princes only, I said. The vampire eyed me curiously. You must be the Darren Shan I've been hearing about. He shook my hand. I'm Curda Smolt. What were you running from? Mr. Crepsley asked. Questions, Curda groaned. As soon as word of the little person and his message circulated, everyone ran to me to ask if it was true. Why would they ask you? Mr. Crepsley inquired. Because I know more about the Vampanese than most, and because of my investiture, it's amazing how much more you're expected to know when you move up in the world. Governor Pearl told me about that. Congratulations, Mr. Crepsley said rather stiffly. You don't approve, Curda noted. I did not say that. You didn't have to. It's written all over your face. But I don't mind. You're not the only one who objects. I'm used to the controversy. Excuse me, I said, but what's an investiture? Now that's what they call it when you move up in the organization, Curda explained. He had a light way of speaking, and a smile was never far from his lips and eyes. He reminded me of Kavanagh, and I took an immediate shine to him. Where are you moving to? I asked. The top, he smiled. I'm being made a prince. There'll be a big ceremony and a lot of to-do, he grimaced. It'll be a dull affair, I'm afraid. But there's no way around it. Centuries of tradition and standards to uphold, etc. You should not speak so dismissively of your investiture, Mr. Crepsley growled. It is a great honor. I know, Curtis sighed. I just wish people wouldn't make such a big deal of it. It's not like I've done anything wondrous. How do you become a vampire prince? I asked. Why? Carter replied, a twinkle in his eye. Thinking of applying for the job? No, I chuckled. Just curious. There's no fixed way, he said. To become a general, you study for a set number of years and pass regular tests. Princes, on the other hand, are elected sporadically and for different reasons. Usually, a prince is someone who has distinguished himself in many battles, earning the trust and admiration of his colleagues. One of the established princes nominates him. If the other princes agree, he's automatically elevated up the ranks. If one objects, the generals vote and the majority decision decides his fate. If two or more princes object, the motion's rejected. I squeezed in by the vote, he grinned. 54% of the generals think I'll make a fitting prince, which means that near enough 1 in 2 think I won't. It was the highest vote ever. It was the tightest vote ever, Mr. Crepsley said. Curda is only 120 Earth years old, making him one of the youngest princes ever, and many generals believe he is too young to command their respect. They will follow him once he is elected, there is no question of that, but they are not happy about it. Come now, Curda chuckled. Don't cover up for me and leave the boy thinking it's my age they object to. Here, Darren. When I was standing beside him, he bent his right arm so the biceps were bulging. What do you think? They're not very big, I answered truthfully. Curda howled gleefully. May the gods of the vampire save us from honest children. But you're right. They're not big. Every other prince has muscles the size of bowling balls. The princes have always been the biggest, toughest, bravest vampires. I'm the first to be nominated because of this. He tapped his head. My brain. You mean you're smarter than everybody else? Oh, way smarter, he said, then pulled a face. Not really. He sighed. I just use my brains more than most. I don't believe vampires should stick to the old ways as rigidly as they do. I think we should move forward and adapt to life in the 21st century. More than anything else, I believe we should strive to make peace with our estranged brothers, the Vampanese. Curda is the first vampire since the signing of the peace treaty to consort with the Vampanese, Mr. Crepsley said gruffly. Consort? I asked uncertainly. I've been meeting with them, Curda explained. I've spent much of the last 30 or 40 years tracking them down, talking, getting to know them. That's where I got my scars. He tapped the left side of his face. I had to agree to let them mark me. It was a way of offering myself to them and placing myself at their mercy. Now I knew why the scars looked familiar. I'd seen similar markings on a human that the mad Vampanese Merlot had targeted 6 years earlier. Vampanese were traditionalists and marked their prey in advance of a kill, always the same 3 scratches on the left cheek. The Vampanese aren't as different to us as most vampires believe, Curda continued. Many would jump at the chance to return to the fold. Compromises will have to be made. Both sides must back down on certain issues, but I'm sure that we can come to terms and live together again as one. That is why he is being invested, Mr. Crepsley said. A lot of generals, 54% in any case, think it is time we reunited with the Vampanese. The Vampanese trust Curda, but are reluctant to commit to negotiations with other generals. When Curda is a prince, He will have total control over the generals, and the Vampanese know no general who would disobey the order of a prince. So if he sends a vampire along to discuss terms, the Vampanese will trust him and sit down to talk. Or so the reasoning goes. You don't agree with it, Larson? Kurt asked. Mr. Crepsley looked troubled. There is much about the Vampanese which I admire, and I have never been opposed to talks designed to bridge the gap between us. But I would not be so quick to give them a voice among the princes. You think they might use me to force more of their beliefs on us than we force on them? Curtis suggested. Something like that. Curtis shook his head. I'm looking to create a tribe of equals. I won't force any changes through that the other princes and generals don't agree with. If that is so, good luck to you. But things are happening too fast for my liking. Riot General, I would have campaigned as hard as I could against you. I hope I live long enough to prove your distrust of me is ill-founded, Curtis sighed, then turned to me. What do you think, Darren? Is it time for a change? I hesitated before answering. I don't know enough about the vampires or Vampanese to offer an opinion, I said. Nonsense, Curtis huffed. Everyone's entitled to an opinion. Go on, Darren. Tell me what you think. I like to know what's on people's minds. The world would be a simpler and safer place if we all spoke our true thoughts. Well, I said slowly, I'm not sure I like the idea of doing a deal with the Vampanese. I think it's wrong to kill humans when you drink from them. But if you could persuade them to stop killing, it might be a good thing. This boy has brains, Curtis said, winking at me. What you said just about sums up my own argument in a nutshell. The killing of humans is deplorable, and it's one of the concessions the Vampanese will have to make before a deal can be forged. But unless we draw them into talks and earn their trust, they'll never stop. Wouldn't it be worth giving up in a few of our ways if we could stop the bloody murder? Absolutely, I agreed. Mr. Crepsley grunted and would be drawn no further on the subject. Anyway, Curtis said, I can't stay hidden forever. Time to return and fend off more questions. You sure there's nothing you can tell me about the little person and his message? Afraid not, Mr. Crepsley said curtly. Oh well, I suppose I'll find out when I report to the Hall of Princes and see him myself. I hope you enjoy your stay in Vampire Mountain, Darren. We must get together once the chaos had died down and have a proper chat. I'd like that, I said. Larson, he saluted Mr. Crepsley. Curtis. He let himself out. Curtis nice, I remarked. I liked him. Mr. Crepsley glanced at me sideways, stroked the long scar on his left cheek, gazed thoughtfully at the thought of Curtis had left by, and again went, Chapter 15. A couple of long, quiet nights passed. Harcourt had been kept in the Hall of Princes to answer questions. Gavner had general business to attend to, and we only saw him when he crawled back to his coffin to sleep. I hung out with Mr. Crepsley in the Hall of Cled Lurd most of the time. He had a lot of catching up to do with old friends he hadn't seen in many years, or down to the stores with him and Seba Nile. The elderly vampire was more disturbed by Harcourt's message than most. He was the second oldest vampire in the mountain. The oldest was a prince, Paris Skyle, who was more than 800, and the only one who had been here when Mr. Tiny visited and made his announcement all those centuries ago. A lot of today's vampires do not believe the old myths, he said. They think Mr. Tiny's warning was something we made up to frighten young vampires. But I remember how he looked. I recall the way his words echoed around the Hall of Princes and the fear they instilled in everyone. The Vampanese Lord is no mere figure of legend. He is real. And now, it seems, he is coming. Siva lapsed into silence. He'd been drinking a mug of warm ale, but had lost interest in it. He has not come yet, Mr. Crepsley said, spiritedly. Mr. Tiny is old as time itself. When he says the night is at hand, he might mean hundreds or thousands of years from now. Siva shook his head. We have had hundreds of years, 7 centuries, to make a stand and tackle the Vampanese. We should have finished them off, regardless of the consequences. Better to have been driven to the point of extinction by humans than wiped out entirely by the Vampanese. That is foolish talk, Mr. Crepsley snapped. I would rather take my chances with a mythical Vampanese lord than a real stake-wielding human. So would you. Siva nodded glumly and sipped at his ale. You are probably right. I am old. My brain does not work as sharply as it used to. Perhaps my worries are those of an old man who has lived too long. Still, such pessimistic words were on everybody's lips. Even those who scoffed outright at the idea of a Vampanese lord always seemed to end with a still or however or but. The tension was clogging the dusty mountain air of the tunnels and halls, constantly building, stifling all present. The only one who didn't seem troubled by the rumors was Curtis Smolt. He turned up outside our chambers, as upbeat as ever, the third night after Harkett had delivered his message. Greetings, he said. I've had a hectic 2 nights, but things are starting to calm down at last, and I have a few free hours. I thought I'd take Darren on a tour of the halls. Great, I beamed. Mr. Crepsley was going to take me, but we never got around to it. You don't mind if I escort him, Martin? Kurt asked. Not in the slightest, Mr. Crepsley said. I'm overwhelmed that one of your eminence has found the time to act as a guide so close to your investiture. He said it cuttingly, but Curta ignored the elder vampire's sarcasm. You can tag along if you want, Curta offered cheerfully. No, thank you, Mr. Crepsley smiled thinly. Okay, Curta said. Your loss. Ready, Darren? Ready, I said, and off we set. Curta took me to see the kitchens first. They were huge caves, built deep beneath most of the halls. Large fires burned brightly. The cooks worked in shifts around the clock during times of the council. They had to in order to feed all the visitors. It's quieter the rest of the time, Curta said. There are usually no more than 30 vampires in residence. You often have to cook for yourself if you don't eat with the rest at the set times. From the kitchens, we progressed to the breeding halls, where sheep, goats, and cows were being kept and bred. We'd never be able to ship in enough milk and meat to feed all the vampires, Curta explained, when I asked why live animals were being kept in a mountain. This isn't a hotel where you can ring a supplier and restock anytime you please. Shipping in food is an enormous hassle. It's easier to rear the animals ourselves and butcher them when we need to. What about human blood? I asked. Where does that come from? Generous donors, Curta winked and led me on. I only realized much later he sidestepped the question. The Hall of Cremation was our next stop. It was where vampires who died in the mountain were cremated. What if they don't want to be cremated? I asked. Oddly enough, hardly any vampires asked to be buried, he mused. Perhaps it has something to do with all the time they spent in coffins while they were alive. However, if someone requests a burial, their wishes are respected. Not long ago, We lower the dead into an underground stream and let the water wash them away. There's a cave far below the holes where one of the largest streams open up. It's called the Hall of Final Voyage, though it's never used now. I'll show it to you if you ever come down that way. Why should we be down there? I asked. I thought those tunnels were only used to get in and out of the mountain. One of my hobbies is map making, Curtis said. I've been trying to make an accurate map of the mountain for decades. The holes are easy, but the tunnels are much more difficult. They've never been mapped out, and a lot of them are in poor shape. I try to get down to them whenever I return to map out a few more unknown regions, but I don't have as much time to work on them as I'd like. I'll have even less when I'm a prince. It sounds like an interesting hobby, I said. Could I come with you the next time you go mapping? I'd like to see how it's done. You're really interested? He sounded surprised. Why shouldn't I be? He laughed. I'm used to vampires falling asleep whenever I start talking about maps. Most have no interest in such mundane matters. There's a saying among vampires, maps are for humans. Most vampires would rather discover new territory for themselves, regardless of the dangers, than follow directions on a map. The Hall of Cremation was a large octagonal room with a high ceiling full of cracks. There was a pit in the middle where the dead vampires were burnt, and a couple of long, gnarly benches on the far side made out of bones. Two women and a man were sitting on the benches, whispering to each other, and a young child was at their feet, playing with a scattering of animal bones. They didn't have the appearance of vampires. They were thin and ill-looking, with lank hair and rags for clothes. Their skin was deathly pale and dry, and their eyes were an eerie white color. The adults stood when we entered, grabbed the child, and withdrew through a door back in the back of the room. Who are they? I asked. The guardians of this chamber, Curta replied. Are they vampires? I pressed. They didn't look like vampires. And I thought I was the only child vampire in the mountain. You are, Curta said. Then who? Ask me later, Curta snapped with unusual briskness. I blinked at his sharp tone, and he smiled an immediate apology. I'll tell you about them when our tour is complete, he said softly. It's bad luck to talk about them here. Though I'm not superstitious by nature, I prefer not to test the fates where the guardians are concerned. Although he'd aroused my curiosity, I wasn't to learn more about the strange so-called guardians until much later, as by the end of the tour I was in no state to ask any questions and had forgotten about them entirely. Letting the matter of the guardians drop, I examined the cremation pit, which was just a hollow dip in the ground. There were leaves and sticks in the bottom, waiting to be lit. Large pots were set around the hole, like a club-like stick in each. I asked what they were for. Those are pestles, for the bones, Curtis said. What bones? The bones of the vampires. Fire doesn't burn bones. Once a fire's burnt out, the bones are extracted, put in the pots, and ground down to dust with the pestles. What happens to the dust? I asked. We use it to thicken back broth, Curtis said earnestly, then burst out laughing as my face turned green. I'm joking. The dust is thrown to the winds around Vampire Mountain, setting the spirit of the dead vampire free. I'm not sure I like that, I commented. It's better than burying a person and leaving them to the worms, Curtis said. Although, personally speaking, I want to be stuffed and mounted when my time comes. He paused a moment, then burst out laughing again. Leaving the Hall of Cremation, we set off for the 3 halls of sport. Individually, they were called the Hall of Basker Rent, the Hall of Rush Flonks, and the Hall of Okeen Perd, though most vampires refer to them simply as the Halls of Sport. I was eager to see the gaming halls, but as we made our way there, Curta paused in front of a small door, bowed his head, closed his eyes, and touched his eyelids with his fingertips. Why did you do that? I asked. It's the custom, he said, and moved on. I stayed, staring at the door. What's this hole called? I asked. Curta hesitated. You don't want to go in there, he said. Why not? I pressed. That's the Hall of Death, he said quietly. Another cremation hall? I asked. He shook his head. A place of execution. Execution? I was really curious now. Curtis saw this and sighed. You want to go in? He asked. Can I? Yes, but it's not a pretty sight. It would be better to proceed directly to the halls of sport. A warning like that only made me more eager to see what lurked behind the door. Noting this, Curta opened it and led me in. The hall was poorly lit, and at first I thought it was deserted. Then I spotted one of the white-skinned guardians sitting in the shadows of the wall at the rear. He didn't rise or give any sign that he saw us. I started to ask Curta about him, but the general shook his head instantly and hissed quietly. I'm definitely not talking about them here. I could see nothing awful about the hall. There was a pit in the center of the floor and light wooden cages set against the walls, but otherwise it was bare and unremarkable. What's so bad about this place? I asked. I'll show you, Curta said, and guided me towards the edge of the pit. Looking down into the gloom, I saw dozens of sharpened poles set in the floor, pointing menacingly towards the ceiling. Stakes! I gasped. Yes, Curta said softly. This is where the legend of the stake through the heart originated. When a vampire is brought to the Hall of Death, he's placed in a cage. That's what the cages against the walls are for, which is attached to ropes and hoisted above the pit. He's then dropped from a height and impaled on the stakes. Death is often slow and painful, and it's not unusual for a vampire to have to be dropped 3 or 4 times before he dies. But why? I was appalled. Who do they kill here? The old or crippled, along with mad and treacherous vampires, Curta answered. The old or crippled vampires ask to be killed. If they're strong enough, they prefer to fight to the death, or wander off into the wilderness to die hunting. But those who lack the strength or ability to die on their feet ask to come here, where they can meet death face on and die bravely. That's horrible, I cried. The elderly shouldn't be killed off. I agree, Curta said. I think the nobility of the vampires is misplaced. The old and infirm often have much to offer, and I personally hope to cling to life as long as possible. But most vampires hold on to the ancient belief that they can only lead worthwhile lives as long as they're fit enough to fend for themselves. It's different with mad vampires. It's different with mad vampires, he went on. Unlike the vampires, we choose not to let our insane members run loose in the world, free to torment and prey on humans. Since they're too difficult to imprison, a mad vampire will claw his way through stone wall. Execution is the most humane way to deal with them. You could put them in straitjackets, I suggested. Curta smiled sourly. There hasn't been a straitjacket invented that could hold a vampire. Believe me, Darren, killing a mad vampire is a mercy to the world in general, and the vampire himself. The same goes for treacherous vampires, he added. Though there have been a precious few of those, loyalty is something we excel at, one of the bonuses of sticking to the old way so rigidly. Aside from the vampires, when they broke away, they were called traitors. Many were captured and killed. There have been only 6 traitors executed in the 1400 years that the vampires have lived here. I stared down at the stakes and shivered, imagining myself tied in a cage, hanging above the pit, waiting to fall. Do you give them blindfolds? I asked. The mad vampires? Yes, because it is merciful. Vampires who have chosen to die in the Hall of Death prefer to do without one. They like to look death in the eye to show they're not afraid. Traitors, meanwhile, are placed in cages face upwards, so their backs are to the stakes. It's a great dishonor for a vampire to die from stab wounds in the back. I'd rather get it in the back than the front, I snorted. Carter smiled. Hopefully, you'll never get it in either. Then, clapping my shoulder, he said, This is a gloomy place. Best avoid it. Let's go play some games. And he swiftly ushered me out of the hall, eagerly leaving behind its mysterious garden, the cages, and the stakes. Chapter 16. The halls of sport were gigantic caverns, full of shouting, cheering, high-spirited vampires. They were exactly what I needed to perk me up after the disturbing visit to the halls of cremation and death. Various contests took place in each of the three halls. They were mostly games of physical combat, wrestling, boxing, karate, weightlifting, and so on. Though speed chess was also strongly favored, since it sharpened one's reactions and wits. Kurta found seats for us near a wrestling circle, and we watched as vampires tried to pin their opponents down or toss them out of the ring. You needed a quick eye to keep up with the action. Vampires moved far faster than humans. It was like watching a fight on video while keeping the fast forward button pressed. The bouts weren't just faster than their human equivalents, they were more violent too. Broken bones, bloody faces, and bruises were the order of the night. Sometimes Kurta told me the damage was even worse. Vampires could be killed taking part in these games, or injured so badly that a trip to the Hall of Death was all they had to look forward to. Why don't they wear protective clothing? I asked. They don't believe in it, Kurta said. They'd rather have their skulls cracked than wear helmets. He sighed morosely. There are times when I think I don't know my people at all. Maybe I'd have been better off if I had remained human. We moved to another ring. In this one, vampires jabbed at each other with spears. It was a bit like fencing. You had to prick or cut an opponent 3 times to win, only a lot more dangerous and bloody. It's horrendous, I gasped, as a vampire had half his upper arm sliced open, only to laugh and compliment his foe for making a good strike. You should see it when they play for real, someone said behind us. They're just warming up at the moment. Turning, I saw a ginger-haired vampire who had only one eye. He was clad in a dark blue leather tunic and trousers. They call this game the Eyeballer, he informed me, because so many people lose an eye or two playing it. Is that how you lost yours? I asked, staring at his empty left eye socket and the scars around it. No, he chuckled. I lost mine at a tussle with a lion. Honest, I gasped. Honest. Darren, this is Vanessa Blaine, Kurta introduced us. Vanessa, this is Darren Shan, Vanessa nodded, shaking my hand. I know him from the gossip. It's been a long time since one of his age trod the halls of Empire Mountain. Vanessa is a games master, Kurta explained. You're in charge of the games? I asked. Hardly in charge, Vanessa said. The games are beyond the control of even the princes. Vampires fight. It's in our blood. If not here, where their injuries can be tended to, then in the open, where they might bleed to death unaided. I keep an eye on things, that's all. He grinned. He also trains vampires to fight, Kurta said. Vanessa is one of our most valued instructors. Most generals of the last 100 years have studied under him, myself included. He rubbed the back of his head and grimaced. Still sore about that time I knocked you unconscious with a mace, Kurta, Vanessa inquired politely. You wouldn't have if the chance. You wouldn't have had the chance if I'd known what it was in advance, Kurta sulked. I thought it was a bowl of incense. Vanez bellowed with laughter and slapped his knees. You always were a bright one, Carter, except when it came to the tools of war. One of my worst pupils, he told me. Fast as an eel and wiry, but he hated getting his hands bloody. A shame, as he would have been a wonder with a spear if he'd set his mind to it. There's nothing wonderful about losing an eye in a fight, Curta huffed. There is if you win, Vanessa disagreed. Any injury is acceptable as long as you emerge victorious. We watched the vampires cutting each other to pieces for another half hour. Nobody lost an eye while we were there. Then Vanez led us round the halls, explaining the games to me, and how they served to toughen vampires up and prepare them for life in the outside world. All manner of weapons hung from the walls of the halls, some antiques, some for general use, and Vanez told me their names and how they were used. He even got a few down to demonstrate. They were fearsome instruments of destruction, jagged spears, sharp axes, long and glinting knives, heavy maces, blade-edged boomerangs which could kill from 80 meters, clubs with thick spikes sticking out of them, stonehead war hammers which could cave in a vampire's skull with one well-placed blow. After a while, I noticed there were no guns or bows and arrows, and asked about their absence. Vampires only fight hand to hand, Vanez informed me. We do not use missile devices such as guns, bows, or slings. Never? I asked. Never, he said firmly. Our reliance on hand weapons is sacred to us, to the Vampanese as well. Any vampire who resorted to a gun or a bow would be held in contempt for the rest of his life. Things used to be even more backwards, Curta chipped in. Until 200 years ago, a vampire was only supposed to use a weapon of his own making. Every vampire had to fashion his own knives, spears, and clubs. Now, thankfully, that's no longer the case, and we can use store-bought equipment. But many vampires still cling to the old ways, and most of the weapons used during the council are handmade. Moving away from the weapons, we stopped beside a series of overlapping narrow planks. Vampires were balancing on the planks and crossing from one to another, trying to knock their opponents to the ground with long, round-ended staves. There were 6 vampires in action when we arrived. A few minutes later, only one remained aloft. A woman. Well done, Ara, Vanez clapped. Your sense of balance is as awesome as ever. The female vampire left from the plank and landed beside us. She was dressed in a white shirt and beige trousers. She had long, dark hair tied behind her back. She wasn't especially pretty. She had a hard, weathered face, but after so much time spent staring at ugly, scarred vampires, she looked like a movie star to me. Cara? Vanez? She greeted the vampires, then fixed her cool grey eyes on me. And you are Darren Shan? She sounded decidedly unimpressed. Darren, this is our sales, Curtis said. I stuck out a hand, but she ignored it. Ara doesn't shake the hands of those she doesn't respect, Vanez whispered. And she respects precious few of us, Curtis said aloud. Still refusing to shake hands with me, Ara? I will never shake the hand of one who does not fight, she grunted. When you become a prince, I will bow to you and do your bidding, but I will never shake your hand, even under the threat of execution. I don't think Ara voted for me in the election, Curtis said humorously. I didn't vote for you either, Vanez said with a wicked grin. See what an average day is like for me, Darren, Curtis groaned. Half the vampires here love to rub my nose in the fact that they didn't vote for me, while the half who did almost never admit it in public for fear that the others would look down their noses at them. Never mind, Vanessa chuckled. We all have to kowtow to you when you're a prince. We're just getting our dicks in while we can. Is it illegal to make fun of a prince? I asked. Not as such, Vanessa said. It just isn't done. I examined Ara while she was picking a splinter from one of the rounded ends of her staff. She seemed to be as tough as any male vampire, not as burly, but just as muscular. While studying her, I got to thinking about how few female vampires I'd seen and asked about it. There was a long silence. The two men looked embarrassed. I was going to let the matter drop when Ara glanced at me archly and said, "Women do not make good vampires. The entire clan's barren, so the life doesn't appeal to many of us." "Barren?" I inquired. "We can't have children," she said. "What? None of you?" "It's something to do with our blood," Curtis said. "No vampire can sire or bear a child. The only way we can add to our ranks is by blooding humans." I was stunned. Of course, I should have long ago stopped to wonder why there were no vampire children and why everyone was so surprised to meet a young half vampire. But I had so much else in my mind, I never really paused to consider it. "Does that rule apply to half vampires too?" I asked. "I'm afraid so," Curtis said, frowning. "Lawton never mentioned it." I shook my head numbly. I couldn't have children. It wasn't something I thought much about, seeing as how I aged a fifth the human rate. It would be a long time before I was ready to become a parent. But I'd always assumed I'd have the choice. It was alarming to learn I could never father a son or a daughter. "Ah, this is bad," Curtis muttered. "This is very, very bad." "What do you mean?" I asked. "Vampires are supposed to inform new recruits of such things before they blood them. It's one of the reasons we almost never blood children. We prefer new vampires to know what they're getting into and what they're giving up. To blood a young boy your age was bad enough, but to do it without telling you all the facts." Curtis shook his head glumly and shared an uncertain look with Ara and Vanez. "You'll have to tell the princes about this," Ara sniffed. "They must be informed," Curtis agreed. "But I'm sure Lawton means to tell them himself. I'll wait and let him speak. It would be unfair to jump in before he has a chance to put his side of the story forward. Will you two keep this to yourselves?" Vanez nodded, and moments later, Ara did too. "But if he doesn't make mention of it soon," Ara growled threateningly. "I don't understand," I said. "Will Mr. Crepsley get into trouble for blooding me?" Curtis shared another glance with Ara and Vanez. Probably not," he said, trying to make light of it. "Lawton's a sly old vampire. He knows the ropes. I'm sure he'll be able to explain it away to the satisfaction of the princess." "Now," Vanez said, before I could ask any more questions, "how would you like to try out the bars with Ara?" "You mean have a go on the planks?" I asked, thrilled. "I'm sure we can find a staff to suit you. How about it, Ara? Any objections to fighting a smaller opponent?" "It'll be a novel experience," the vampiress mused. "I'm accustomed to tackling men larger than myself. It'll be interesting to fight one smaller." She hopped up onto the planks and twirled her staff over her head and under her arms. It spun faster than my eyes could follow, and I began having second thoughts about getting up there with her. But I'd look like a coward if I backed out now. Vanez found a staff small enough for me and spent a few minutes showing me how to use it. "Hold it in the middle," he instructed. "That way, you can attack with either end. Don't swing too hard, or you'll leave yourself open to a counterstrike. Jab at her legs and her stomach. Forget about her head. You're too short to aim so high. Try tripping her. Go for her knees and her toes. Those are soft points." What about defending himself?" Kurt interrupted. "I think that's more important. It's been 11 years since Ara was beaten on the bars. Show him how to stop her cracking his head open, Vanez, and forget the other stuff." Vanez showed me how to block low jabs and side swipes and overhead cuts. "The trick is keeping your balance," he said. "Fighting on the bars isn't like fighting on the ground. You can't just block a blow. You have to stay steady on your feet so you're ready for the next. Sometimes it's better just take a strike than duck out of the way. Nonsense, Curtis snorted. Duck all you like, Darren. I don't want to cart you back to Lawton on a stretcher. She won't really hurt me, will she? I asked, alarmed. Vanez laughed. Of course not. Carter's only winding you up. She won't go easy on you. Ara doesn't know how to take things easy, but I'm sure she won't set out to seriously harm you. He glanced up at Ara and muttered under his breath. At least, I hope she won't. Chapter 17. I slipped my shoes off and mounted the bars. I spent a minute or two getting used to them, shuffling around, focusing on my balance. It was easy without the staff. Vampires have great sense of balance, but awkward with it. I took a few practice swipes and almost immediately fell off straight away. Short jabs, Vanessa snapped, darting forward to steady me. Broad swings will be the end of you. I did as Vanessa instructed me and soon had the hang of it. A couple of more minutes, hopping from one bar to another, crouching and jumping, and I was ready. We met in the middle of the bars and knocked our staffs together in salute. Ara was smiling. She obviously didn't think much of my chances. We nudged away from each other, and Vanez clapped his hands to signal the start of the fight. Ara attacked immediately and jabbed at my stomach with the end of her staff. As I pulled out of the way, she swept her staff around in a vicious circle and brought it down on top of me. A skull cracker. I managed to raise my staff in time to divert the blow, but the jolt of the contact ran through my staff and my fingers and the rest of my body and forced me to my knees. My grasp on the staff slipped, but I caught it before it fell. Are you out to kill him? Curtis shouted angrily. The bars are no place for little boys who can't protect themselves, Ara sneered. I'm calling an end to this, Curtis huffed, striding towards me. As you wish, Ara said, lowering her staff and turning her back on me. No, I grunted, getting to my feet and raising my staff. Curtis stopped short. Darren, you don't have to, he began. I want to, I interrupted. Then to Ara. Come on. I'm ready. Ara smiled as she faced me, but now it was an admiring smile, not a mocking one. The half-vampire has spirit. It's good to know that the young aren't entirely spineless. Now, let's see what it takes to drive the spirit out of you. She attacked again, short, chopping swipes, switching from left to right without warning. I blocked the blows as best as I could, though I had to take some on my arms and shoulders. I retreated to the end of a plank, slowly guarding myself, then leapt out of her way as she took a wide swing at my legs. Ara hadn't anticipated the jump and was thrown off balance. I used the moment to launch my first blow of the contest and hit her firmly on her left thigh. It didn't seem to hurt her much, but she hadn't been expecting it and let out a roar of surprise. A point to Darren, Curta whooped. We don't score this on points, Ara snarled. You'd better watch yourself, Ara, Vanessa chuckled, his single eye agleam. I think the boy has the beating of you. You'll never be able to show your face in the halls again if your teenage half-vampire bests you on the bars. The night I'm bested by the likes of him is the night you can strap me into a cage in the hall of death and drop me on the stakes, Ara growled. She was angry now. She didn't like being baited by those on the ground, and when next she faced me, her smile had disappeared. I moved cautiously. I knew that one good strike meant nothing. If I grew cocky and dropped my guard, she'd finish me off in no time. As she stepped across to face me, I edged backwards. I let her advance a couple of meters, then leapt to another bar. After a few retreating steps, I jumped to another bar, then another. I was hoping to frustrate Ara. If I could drag the contrast out, she might lose her temper and do something silly. But a vampire's patience is legendary, and Ara was no exception. She trailed me like a cat after a bird, ignoring the jeers of those who'd gathered around the bars to observe the fight, taking her time, letting me play my evasive games waiting for the right moment to strike. Eventually, she maneuvered me into a corner, and I had to fight. I got in a couple of low blows, hitting her toes and knees as Vanessa had suggested, but there was no power in my shots, and she took them without blinking. As I stooped to hit her toes again, she leapt to an adjoining bar and brought the flat of her staff down over my back. I roared with pain and dropped onto my belly. My staff fell to the floor. "Darren!" Curtis shouted, rushing forward. "Leave him," Vanessa snapped, holding the general back. "But he's hurt." "He'll live. Don't disgrace him in front of all these vampires. Let him fight." Curtis didn't like it, but he did as Vanessa said. Ara, meanwhile, had decided I was finished. Rather than strike me with her staff, she eased one of the rounded ends of under my belly and tried rolling me off the bar. She was smiling again. I let my body roll, but held on tight to the bar with my hands and feet so I didn't fall off. I swung right the way around until I was hanging on upside down, snatched my staff off the ground and jabbed it between Ara's calves. With a sharp twist, I sent her sprawling. She shrieked, and for a split second I was sure I had knocked her off and won. But she grabbed for the bar on her way down and held on, as I was doing. Her staff, however, struck the floor and spun away. The vampires who'd gathered to watch, there were 20 or 30 around the bars now, clapped loudly as we hauled ourselves back onto our feet and eyed each other warily. I lifted my staff and smiled. "Seems like I have the advantage now," I noted cockily. "Not for long," Ara grunted. "I'm going to rip that staff out of your hands and smash your head in with it." "Is that so?" I grinned. "Come on then, let's see you try." Ara spread her hands and closed in on me. I hadn't really expected her to attack without her staff and wasn't sure what to do. I didn't like the idea of striking an unarmed opponent, especially a woman. "You can pick up your staff if you want," I offered. "Leaving the bars isn't allowed," she replied. "Get someone to bring it to you then." "That's not allowed either." I retreated. "I don't want to hit you when you've nothing to defend yourself with," I said. "How about I throw away my staff as well and we fight hand to hand?" "A vampire who abandons his weapon is a fool," Ara said. "If you throw the staff away, I'll ram it down your throat to teach you a lesson when we're through up here on the bars." "Okay," I snapped irritably. "Have your own way." I stopped retreating, raised my staff, and laid into her. Ara was hunched over. She had a low center of gravity that way and would be harder to knock off, so I was able to aim at her head. I jabbed at her face with the end of my staff. She avoided the first couple of blows, but I struck her cheek with the third. It didn't draw blood, but it left a nasty welt. Ara was retreating now. She gave ground grudgingly, standing up to my lesser strikes, taking them on her arms and hands, only backing up to avoid the heavier blows. Despite my earlier warning to myself, I grew overconfident. I thought I had her where I wanted. Instead of taking my time and finishing her off slowly, I went for the quick kill, and that proved to be my undoing. I flicked the end of my staff towards the side of her head, planning to sting her ear. It was a casual swipe, neither as sharp nor as fast as it needed to be. I connected with her ear, but there was no power in the shot. Before I could draw back for my next, Ara's hand sprang into action. Her right hand grasped the end of my staff and held it tight. Her left hand balled up into a fist and smashed into my jaw. She hit me again, and I saw stars. As she drew back her fist for a third punch, I reacted automatically and stepped clear of her reach, which is when she gave me a quick wrench and ripped my staff away from me. "Now!" she hooted triumphantly, twirling the staff over her head. "Now who has the advantage?" "Take it easy, Ara," I said nervously, backing away from her like crazy. "I offered to give you your staff back, remember?" "And I refused," she snorted. "Let him have a staff, Ara," Curtis said. "You can't expect him to defend himself with his bare hands. It isn't fair." "How about it, boy?" she asked. "I'll let you call for a replacement staff if you wish." By her tone, I knew she wouldn't think much of me if I did. I shook my head. I'd have traded anything I owned for a staff, but I wasn't about to ask for special favors, not when Ara hadn't. That's okay, I said. I'll fight on like I am. Darren! Carter howled. Don't be stupid! Call it off if you don't want another staff. You fought bravely and proved your courage. There would be no shame in quitting it now, Vanessa agreed. I stared into Ara's eyes, saw that she expected me to resign, and stopped. No, I said. No quitting. I won't get off these bars till I'm knocked off. I started forward, hunched over like Ara had been. Ara blinked, surprised, then raised her staff and set about ending the contest. It didn't take long. I blocked her first jab with my left hand, took her second in the belly, ducked out of the way of her third. Excuse me. I blocked her first jab with my left hand, took her second in the belly, ducked out of the way of her third, slapped away her fourth with my right hand, but I was caught square around the back of my head by a fifth. I dropped to my knees, groggy. That was the sound of rushing air. Then the round end of our staff connected cleanly with the left side of my face, and I went crashing to the ground. The next thing I knew, I was staring up at the roof, surrounded by concerned vampires. Darren? Kurt asked, worry in his voice. Are you all right? What happened? I wheezed. She knocked you out, he said. You've been unconscious for 5 or 6 minutes. We were about to send for help. I sat up, wincing at the pain. Why is the room spinning? I groaned. Vanessa laughed and helped me to my feet. He'll be fine, the games master said. A bit of concussion never killed a vampire. A good day's sleep and he'll be right as night. How much further is it to Vampire Mountain? I asked weakly. The poor child doesn't know whether he's coming or going, Curtis snapped and started to lead me away. Wait, I shouted, my head clearing a bit. I looked for Ara Sales and spotted her sitting on one of the bars, applying a cream to her bruised cheek. Shaking free of Curda, I stumbled across to the vampiress and stood as firmly as I could before her. Yes? She asked, eyeing me guardedly. I stuck out a hand and said, Shake. Ara stared at the hand, then into my unfocused eyes. One good fight doesn't make you a warrior, she said. Shake, I repeated angrily. And if I don't? She asked. I'll get back up on the bars and fight you till you do, I growled. Ara studied me at length, then nodded and took my hand. Power to you, Darren Shan, she said gruffly. Power, I repeated weakly, then fainted into her arms, and knew no more till I came to my hammock the next night. Chapter 18. 2 nights after my encounter with Ara Sales, Mr. Crepsley and me were called before the Vampire Princess. I was stiff from my fight, and Mr. Crepsley had to help me dress. I groaned as I raised my arms over my head. They were black and blue from where I had taken Ara's blows. I cannot believe you were foolish enough to challenge Ara Sales, Mr. Crepsley tutted. He'd been teasing me about my fight with the vampiress since learning of it, although underneath his mocking front, I could tell he was proud of me. Even I wouldn't Even I would hesitate at going one-on-one with her on the bars. Guess that means I'm braver than you, I smirked. Stupidity and bravery are not the same thing, he chided me. You could have been seriously injured. You sound like Curda, I sulked. I do not agree with Curda's views on the fighting ways of the vampires. He is a pacifist, which runs contrary to our nature. But he is correct when he says that sometimes it is better not to fight. When the situation is hopeless and there is nothing at stake, only a fool battles on. But it wasn't hopeless, I exclaimed. I almost beat her. Mr. Krebsley smiled. You are impossible to talk to. But so are most vampires. It is a sign that you are learning. Now finish dressing and make yourself presentable. We must not keep the princess waiting. The Hall of Princes was situated at the highest internal point of Vampire Mountain. There was only one entrance to it, a long, wide tunnel guarded by a host of mountain guards. I hadn't been up here before. Nobody could use the tunnel unless they had business in the hall. The green-garbed guards watched us every step of the way. You weren't allowed to take weapons into the Hall of Princes or carry anything which might be used as a weapon. Shoes weren't permitted, too easy to hide a small dagger in the soles, and we were searched from head to foot at 3 different parts of the tunnel. The guards even ran combs through our hair in case we had thin wires hidden inside. Why all the security? I whispered to Mr. Krebsley. I thought the princes were respected and obeyed by all vampires. They are, he said. This is for tradition's sake more than anything else. At the end of the tunnel, we emerged into a huge cavern, in which a strange white dome stood gleaming. It was like no other building I'd ever been or seen. The walls pulsed as though alive, and there were no joins or cracks that I could make out. What is it? I asked. The Hall of Princes, Mr. Krebsley said. What's it made of? Rock? Marble? Iron? Mr. Krebsley shrugged. Nobody knows. He led me to the dome. The only guards on this side of the tunnel were grouped around the doors to the hall and told me to place my hands on it. It's warm, I gasped. And it throbs. What is it? Long ago, the Hall of Princes was like any other, Mr. Krebsley answered in his usual roundabout way. Then one night, Mr. Tiny arrived and said he had gifts for us. This was shortly after the Vampanese had split from the vampires. The gifts were the dome, which his little people constructed, unseen by any vampire, and the stone of blood. The dome and stone are magical artifacts. One of the guards at the doors hailed us. Larton Krebsley, Darren Shan. We hurried over. You may be admitted now, the guard said, and struck the doors 4 times with a large spear he was carrying. The doors slid open, like electronic doors, and we entered. Though no torches burned inside of the Hall of Princes, it was as bright as day, far brighter than anywhere else in the mountain. The light originated in the walls of the dome itself, by means unknown to all but Mr. Tiny. Long seats, like pews, ran in circles around the dome. There was a large space at the center, where 4 wooden thrones stood mounted on the platform. 3 of the thrones were occupied by vampire princes. Mr. Krebsley had told me that at least one prince always skipped council in case anything happened to the others. Nothing hung from the walls, no paintings, portraits, or flags. There were no statues either. This was a place for business, not pomp or ceremony. Most of the seats were filled. Ordinary vampires sat at the rear. In the middle sections were reserved for mountain personnel, guards and the like. Vampire generals occupied the front seats. Mr. Crepsley and me made our way to the third row of seats from the front and slid in beside Curtis Smolt, Gavner Pearl, and Hargid Moulds, who were waiting for us. I was glad to see the little person again and asked what he had been up to. Answering questions, he replied, saying same thing over and over and over again. Did any more of your memory come back? I asked. No. But it's not for want of trying, Gavner laughed, leaning forward to squeeze my shoulder. We've been practically torturing Harker with questions, trying to get him to remember. And he hasn't complained once. If I was in his place, I'd have raised hell ages ago. He hasn't even been allowed to sleep. Don't need much sleep, Harker said slyly. Recovered from your bout with Ari yet? Carter asked. Before I could answer, Gavner piped up. I heard about that. What in paradise were you thinking? I'd rather face a pit full of scorpions than hop on the bars with R.S. Sales. I saw her make mincemeat of 20 seasoned vampires one night. It seemed like a good idea at the time, I grinned. Gavner had to leave to discuss something with a bunch of other generals. Vampires were forever debating serious issues in the Hall of Princes, and while we were waiting, Mr. Crepsley explained a little more about the dome. The dome is magical. There is no way in except through the single set of doors. Nothing can penetrate its walls. No tool, explosive, or acid. It is the toughest material known to man or vampire. Where did it come from? I asked. We do not know. The little people brought it in covered wagons. It took them months to haul it up, one sheet at a time. We were not allowed to watch as they assembled it. Our finest architects have been over it many times since, but no one can unravel its mysteries. The doors can only be opened by a vampire prince, he went on. They can open them by laying their palms directly on the panels of the doors, or from their thrones by pressing their palms down on the arms rests. They must be electronic, I said. The panels read their fingerprints, right? Mr. Crepsley shook his head. The hall was built centuries ago, long before electricity was even a thought in the minds of man. It operates by paranormal means, or by a form of technology far more advanced than anything we know of. You see the red stone behind the princes? He asked. It was set on a pedestal 5 meters behind the platform, an oval stone about twice the size of a football. That is the stone of blood. That is the key, not only to the dome, but to the longevity of the vampire race itself. Long what? I asked. Longevity. It means long life. How can a stone have anything to do with a long life? I asked, puzzled. The stone serves several purposes, he said. Every vampire, when accepted into the fold, must stand before the stone and place his hands on it. The stone looks as smooth as a ball of glass, but it is ultra sharp to the touch. It draws blood, which is absorbed by the stone, hence its name, linking the vampire to the mental collective of the clan forever. Mental collective, I repeated, wishing for the umpteenth time since I met Mr. Crepsley that he'd use simple words. You know how vampires can mentally search for those they have bonded with? Yes? Well, using the method of triangulation, we can also search for and find those we have not bonded with via the stone. What? I groaned, exasperated. Let us say you are a full vampire whose blood has been absorbed by the stone, he said. When a vampire gives his blood, he also gives his name, by which the stone and other vampires will thenceforth recognize him. If I want to search for you after you've been blooded, I merely place my hand on the stone of blood and think your name. Within seconds, the stone allows me to pinpoint your exact location anywhere on Earth. You could do this even if I didn't want to be found, I asked. Yes, but pinpointing your location would be no good. By the time I got to where you had been when I made the search, you would have moved on. Hence the need for triangulation, which simply means 3 people are involved. If I wanted to find you, I could contact someone I was bonded with, Gavner for instance, and mentally transmit your whereabouts to him. With me guiding him via the stone of blood, he could track you down. I thought that over in silence for a while. It was an ingenious system, but I could see a few drawbacks. Can anyone use the stone of blood to find a vampire? I asked. Anyone with the ability to search mentally, Mr. Krebsley said. Even a human or a vampanese. Very few humans have minds advanced enough to use the stone, he said, but the vampanese have. Isn't the stone dangerous then? I asked. If a vampanese got his hands on it, couldn't he track every vampire down? At least all the ones he knew the names of, and guide his colleagues to them. Mr. Crapsley smiled grimly. Your battering at the hands of our assailants has not affected your powers of reasoning. You are correct. The stone of blood would mean the end of the vampire race if it fell into the wrong hands. The vampanese would be able to hunt all of us down. They can also find those who do not know the names of. The stone lets his user search for vampires by location as well as name, so they could scan for every vampire in England or America or wherever. Then send out others to track them down. That is why we guard the stone carefully and never let it leave the safety of the dome. Wouldn't it be simpler to just break it? I asked. Kurta, who had been eavesdropping, laughed. I put that proposal to the princess several decades ago, he said. The stone can resist normal tools and explosive, the same as the walls of the dome, but that doesn't mean it's impossible to get rid of safely. Throw the damn thing down a volcano, I pleaded, or toss it in the deepest sea. They wouldn't hear of such a thing. Why not? I asked. There are a number of reasons, Mr. Krebsley answered, before Kurta could reply. First, the stone can be used to locate vampires who are missing or in trouble, or those who are mad and on the loose. It is healthy to know that we are joined to the clan by more than tradition, that we can always rely on aid if we lead good lives, and punishment if we do not. The stone keeps us in line. Second, the stone of blood is necessary to operate the doors of the dome. When a vampire becomes a prince, the stone is a vital part of the ceremony. He forms a circle around it with 2 other princes. They each use a hand to pump blood into him, while laying their other hand on the stone. Blood flows from the old princes into the new prince, then to the stone and back again. By the end of the ceremony, the new prince can control the doors of the hall. Without the stone, he would be a prince in name only. There is a third reason why we do not destroy the stone. The Lord of the Vampanese. His face fell dark. The myth says that the Vampanese Lord will wipe the vampire race from the face of the earth when he comes to power, but through the stone of blood, we might one night rise again. How is that possible? I asked. We do not know, Mr. Krebsley said. But those were the words of Mr. Tiny, and since the power of the stone is also his, it makes sense to pay heed. Now more than ever, we must protect the stone. Harcourt's message concerning the Vampanese Lord has struck at the hearts and spirits of many vampires. With the stone, there is hope. To dispose of it now would be to surrender to fear. Chana's guts, Kurta snorted. I've no time for those old myths. We should get rid of the stone. Shut down the dome and build a new hall of princes. Apart from anything else, it's one of the main reasons the Vampanese are loath to make a deal with us. They don't want to be hooked up to a magical tool of Mr. Tiny's, and who can blame them? They're afraid of it. They're afraid of bonding with a stone. They can never split from the vampire clan if they did, because we'd be able to use the stone to hunt them down. If we remove the stone, they might return to us, and then the Vampanese would be no more. There'd be one big family of vampires, and the threat of the Vampanese lord would evaporate. Does that mean you will be seeking to destroy the stone when you're a prince? Mr. Crepsley inquired. I'll mention the possibility, Curda nodded. It's a sensitive issue, and I don't expect the generals to agree to it, but in time, as negotiations between ourselves and the Vampanese develop, I hope they'll come around to my way of thinking. Did you make this clear when you were seeking election? Mr. Crepsley asked. Curtis shifted uncomfortably. Well, no, but that's politics. Sometimes you have to hold things back. I didn't lie about it. If anyone had asked me for my views on the stone, I'd have told them. They just didn't ask. He finished lamely. Politics, Mr. Crepsley huffed. It is a sad day for vampires when our princes voluntarily ensnare themselves in the despicable webs of politics. Sticking his nose in the air, he turned his back on Curda and stared straight ahead at the platform. I've upset him, Curda whispered to me. He's easily upset, I grinned. Then I asked if I'd have to bond with the Stone of Blood. Probably not until you become a full vampire, Curda said. Half vampires have been allowed to bond with it in the past, but it's not in the normal run of things. I was going to ask more about the mysterious Stone of Blood in the dome, but then a serious-looking general banged the floor on the platform with a heavy staff and announced my name, along with Mr. Crepsley's. It was time to meet the princess. Chapter 19. The three vampire princes in attendance were Paris Skyle, Mika Valeth, and Arrow. The absent prince was called Vancha Marge. Paris Skyle had a long grey beard, flowing white hair, no right ear, and he was the oldest living vampire at 800 Earth years or more. He was revered by the others, not only for his immense age and position, but for his exploits when younger. According to the legends, Paris Skyle had been everywhere and done everything. Many of the tales were fanciful. He'd sailed with Columbus to America and introduced vampirism to the New World, fought beside Joan of Arc, a vampire sympathizer apparently, and provided the inspiration for Bram Stoker's infamous Dracula. But that didn't mean the tales weren't true. Vampires were, by their very definition, fanciful creatures. Mika Valeth was the youngest of the vampire princes, a mere 270. He had shiny black hair and piercing eyes, like a raven's, and he dressed in all black. He looked even sterner than Mr. Crepsley. His forehead was creased with wrinkles, as were the sides of his mouth, and I got the feeling he rarely smiled, if at all. Arrow was a thickly built, bald man, with long tattoos of arrows adorning his arms and the sides of his head. He was a fearsome fighter, whose hatred of the Vampanese was legendary. He'd been married to a human before becoming a general, but she had been killed by Vampanese who'd come to fight Arrow. He'd returned to the fold, sullen and withdrawn, and trained to be a general. Since then, he had devoted himself to his work, to the exclusion of all else. All three princes were burly, muscular men. Even the ancient Paris Skyle looked like he could toss an ox over his shoulder using a single hand. Greetings, Larton, Paris said to Mr. Crepsley, stroking his long grey beard and studying the vampire with warm eyes. It is good to see you in the Hall of Princes. I did not think I would look upon your face again. I vowed I would be back, Mr. Crepsley replied, bowing before the prince. I never doubted it, Paris smiled. I just did not think I would be alive to welcome you. I have grown long of tooth, old friend. My nights are numbered. You will outlive us all, Paris, Mr. Crepsley said. We shall see, Paris sighed. He fixed his gaze on me while Mr. Crepsley bowed to the other princes. When the vampire returned to my side, the old prince said, This must be your assistant, Dane Shan. Governor Powell has spoken approvingly of him. He is of good blood and strong heart, Mr. Crepsley said. A fine assistant, one who will one night make a first-rate vampire. One night indeed, Mika Velez snorted, squinting at me in a way I didn't like. He is just a boy. This is no time for children to be admitted into our ranks. What possessed you to... Please, Mika, Periscal interrupted. Let us not speak rashly. All here know the character of Lawton Crepsley. We must treat him with the respect he has earned. I do not know why he chose the blood of a child, but I am certain he can explain. I just think it's crazy in this night and age, Mika Velez grumbled his way to silence. When he was still, Paris turned to me and smiled. You must forgive us, Darren, if we seem discourteous. We are unused to children. It has been a long time since any were presented before us. I'm not really a child, I muttered. I've been a half-vampire for 8 years. It's not my fault my body hasn't aged. Precisely, Mika Velez snapped. It's the fault of the vampire who blooded you. Mika, Paris snapped. This vampire is of noble standing, and his assistant have come before us in good faith to seek our approval. Whether we grant it or not, they deserve to be heard politely, not challenged rudely in front of their colleagues. Mika collected himself, stood, and bowed to us. Sorry, he said through gritted teeth. I spoke out of turn. It will not do so again. A murmur spread through the hall. From the whispers, I gathered that it was most unusual for a prince to apologize to an inferior, especially one who was no longer a general. Come, Lawton, Paris said, as chairs were brought forward for us. Sit, and tell us what you have been up to since last we met. Once we were seated, Mr. Crepsley ran through his story. He told the princes of his association with the Cirque du Freak, the places he'd been, the people he'd met. When he came to the part about Merlot, he asked to speak to the princes in private. He told them in whispers of the mad Vampanese and how we'd killed them. They were disturbed by the news. This is worrisome, Paris mused aloud. If the Vampanese find out, they could use it as an excuse to start a war. How could they? Mr. Crepsley responded. I am no longer part of the clan. If they were suitably enraged, they could overlook that. Mika Velez said. If the rumor of the Vampanese lord is true, we must tread very carefully where our blood cousins are concerned. Still, Arrow said, contributing to the conversation for the first time. I don't think Lawton erred. It would be different if he were a general, but as a free agent, he is not bound by our laws. Brian, his position, had done the same thing. He acted discreetly. I don't think we can fault him for that. No, Mika agreed. Glancing at me, he added, Not for that. With the matter of Merlot out of the way, we returned to our chairs and raised our voices so that all in the hall could hear. Now, Periscyle said, adopting a grave expression, it is time we return to the business of your assistance. We all know that the world has changed vastly these last few centuries. Humans are more protective of one another, and their laws are stricter than ever, particularly with regard to their young. That is why we no longer blood children. Even in the past, we blooded few of them. It has been 90 years since we last added a child to our ranks. Tell us, Lawton, why you decided to break with recent tradition. Mr. Crepsley cleared his throat and locked eyes with the princes, one after another, until they settled on Mika. I have no valid reason, he said calmly, and the hall erupted into barely contained shouts and muffled, hurried conversations. There will be quiet in the hall, Paris shouted, and all noise ceased at once. He looked troubled when he faced us. Come, Lawton, do not play games. You would not blood a boy out of simple fancy. There must be a reason. Did you kill his parents, perhaps, and decide it was your place to take care of him? His parents are alive, Mr. Crepsley said. Both of them, Mika snapped. Yes. Then why? Then they are looking for him? Paris asked. No. We faked his death. They buried him. They think he is dead. That much at least you did right, Paris murmured. But why blood him in the first place? When Mr. Crepsley didn't answer, he turned to me and asked, Darren, do you know why he blooded you? Hoping to bail the vampire out of trouble, I said, I found out the truth about him, so maybe part of it was to protect himself. He might have figured that he had to make his assistant of me, or kill me. That is a reasonable excuse, Paris noted. But not the truth, Mr. Crepsley sighed. I was never afraid of being exposed by Darren. In fact, the only reason he discovered the truth about me was because I tried to blood a friend of his, a boy his own age. The hall erupted into controversy, and it took the barking princes several minutes to quiet the vampires. When order was finally restored, Paris resumed the questioning, more troubled than ever. You tried to blood another boy? Mr. Crepsley nodded. But his blood was tainted with evil. He would not have made a good vampire. Let me get this straight, Mika growled. You tried blooding one boy, but couldn't. His friend found out, so you blooded him instead. That is about the sum of it, Mr. Crepsley agreed. I also blooded him in a rush, without revealing the full truth of our ways, which was unpardonable. In my defense, I will add that I studied him at great length before blooding him, and was convinced of his honesty and strength of character when I did. What drew you to the first boy, the one with evil blood? Paris asked. He knew who I was. He had seen a portrait of me in an old book, drawn long ago when I was using the name of Verhorsten. He asked to become my assistant. Didn't you explain our ways to him? Mika asked. Didn't you tell him we don't blood children? I tried, but... Mr. Crepsley shook his head miserably. It was as though I had no control over myself. I knew it was wrong, but I would have blooded him regardless, if not for his foul blood. I cannot explain why, because I do not understand it. You'll have to come up with a better argument than that, Mika warned him. I cannot, Mr. Crepsley said softly, because I have none. There was a polite cough behind us, and Governor Pearl stepped forward. May I intervene on my friend's behalf? He asked.
By all means, Paris said. We welcome your input if it can clear things up.
I don't know if I can do that, Kavner said, but I'd like to note that Darren is an extraordinary boy. He made the trek to Vampire Mountain, no small feat for one his age, and fought a bear poisoned with Vampirese blood along the way. I'm sure you have heard of his contest with our sales a few nights ago.
We have,
Paris chuckled. He's bright and brave, wily and honest. I believe he has the makings of a fine vampire. Given the chance, I think he'll excel. He's young, but younger vampires than him have come through the ranks. You were only 2 years old when you were blooded, weren't you, sire? He asked Periscal. That is not the point, Mika Valeth shouted. This boy could be the next Cledden Lurd. It wouldn't make a blind bit of difference. Facts are facts. Vampires no longer blood children. It will set a dangerous precedent if we let this pass without taking action. Mika is right, Arrow spoke softly. This boy's courage and ability are not the issue. Larson acted poorly in blooding the boy, and we must address that. Paris nodded slowly.
And they speak the truth, Lawton. It would be wrong of us to ignore this. You yourself would never have tolerated such a breach of the rules if you were in our position.
I know, Mr. Crepsley sighed. I do not seek forgiveness, merely consideration, and I ask that no reprisals be taken against Darren. The fault is mine, and I alone should be punished. I don't know about punishment, Mika said uncomfortably. I'm not out to make an example of you. Dragging your good name through the muck is the last thing on my mind. None of us wish to do that, Arrow agreed. But what option have we? He did wrong. We must address that wrong.
But we must address it mercifully, Paris mused.
I ask for no mercy, Mr. Crepsley said stiffly. I am not a young vampire who acted out of ignorance. I expect no special treatment. If you decide I am to be executed, I will accept the verdict without complaints. If they can't kill you because of me, I gasped. If you decide I must be tested, he continued, ignoring my outburst, I will rise to any challenge you care to set, and die meeting it if I must.
There will be no challenge, Paris huffed. We reserve challenges for those who have not proven themselves in battle. I will say once again, your good standing is not in question.
Perhaps, Arrow said hesitantly, and then lapsed into silence. A few seconds later, he resumed. I think I have it. The talk of challenges gave me an idea. There is a way to resolve this without killing our old friend or soiling his good name. Pointing a finger at me, he said coolly, Let's set a challenge for the boy. Chapter 20. There was a long, thoughtful silence.
Yes, Periscal finally murmured. A challenge for the boy.
I said I did not want to bring Darren into this, Mr. Crepsley objected. No, Mika contradicted him. You said you didn't want him to be punished. Well, he won't be. A challenge is not a punishment.
It is fair, Lawson, Paris agreed. If the boy proves himself in a test, your decision to blood him will be accepted, and no more need to be said about it.
And the dishonor will be his if he fails, Arrow added. Mr. Crepsley scratched his long facial scar. It is an honest solution, he mused. But the decision is Darren's, not mine. I will not force a challenge on him. He turned to me. Are you prepared to prove yourself to the clan and clear our names? I fidgeted uneasily on my chair. What sort of a challenge are we talking about exactly? I asked.
Good question, Paris said. It would be unfair to pit him in a battle against one of our warriors. A half-vampire is no match for a general.
And the quest would take too long, Arrow said. That leaves the trials, Mika muttered. No! Someone shouted from behind us. Looking around, I spotted a red-faced Curtis striding towards the platform. I won't stand for this, he stormed. The boy isn't ready for the trials. If you insist on testing him, let him wait until he's older. There will be no waiting, Mika growled, rising to his feet and taking a few steps towards Curtis. We wield the authority here, Curtis Smolt. You're not a prince yet, so don't act like one. Curtis stopped and glowered at Mika, then dropped to one knee and bowed his head. My apologies for speaking out of turn, sire. Apology accepted, Mika grunted, returning to his seat. Have I the permission of the princess to speak? Curtis asked. Paris checked with Mika, who shrugged curtly. You have, he said. The trials of initiation are for experienced vampires, Curtis said. They were not designed for children. It wouldn't be fair to subject them to them. Life for vampires has never been fair, Mr. Krebsley said. But it can be just. I do not enjoy the idea of submitting Darren to the trials, but it is just a decision, and I shall stand by it if he agrees. Excuse me, I said, but what are the trials? Paris smiled kindly at me.
The trials of initiation are tests for vampires who wish to become generals, he explained.
What would I have to do?
Perform 5 acts of physical courage, he said. The tests are picked at random and are different for each vampire. One involves diving to the bottom of a deep pool and retrieving a dropped medallion. In another, you must dodge falling boulders. In another, you must cross a hall filled with burning coals. Some tests are more difficult than others, but none are easy. The risk is great, and though most vampires survive, death by misadventure is not unheard of.
You mustn't agree to this, Darren, Curtis hissed. The trials are for full vampires. You aren't strong, quick, or experienced enough. You'll be signing your death warrant if you say yes. I disagree, Mr. Krebsley said. Darren is capable of passing the trials. It will not be easy, and he may struggle, but I would not let him step forward if I thought he would be completely out of his depth. Let's vote on it, Mika said. I say it's the trials. Arrow? I agree. The trials. Paris? The oldest living vampire shook his head uncertainly.
Curtis has a point when he says the trials are not for children. I trust your judgment, Larton, but fear your optimism is misplaced.
Can you suggest another way? Mika snapped.
No, but...
Paris sighed deeply.
What do the generals think? He asked, addressing those in the hall. We have heard from Curtis and Mika. Does anyone else have anything to add?
The generals muttered among themselves until a familiar figure stood and cleared her throat. Iris Sales. I respect Darren Shan, she said. I've shaken his hand, and those who know me know how much that means to me. I believe Kafna Pell and Larton Krebsley when they say he will be a valuable addition to our ranks. But I also agree with Mika Valeth. Darren must prove himself. All of us have had to endure the trials. They help make us what we are,
As a woman, the odds were stacked against me, but I overcame them and took my place in this hall as an equal. There must be no exceptions. A vampire who cannot pull his own weight is of no use to us. We have no place for children who need to be wet-nursed and tucked into their coffins at daybreak. Having said that, she concluded, I don't think Darren will let us down. I believe he will pass the trials and prove himself. I have every confidence in him. She smiled at me, then glared at Curta. And those who say otherwise, those who'd wrap him in blankets, should not be heeded. To deny Darren the right of the trials would be to shame him. Noble words, Curta sneered. Will you repeat them at his funeral? Better to die with pride than live in shame, Ara retorted. Curta cursed quietly to himself. How about it, Darren? He asked. Will you face death just to prove yourself to these fools? No, I said, and saw a pained look across Mr. Crepsley's face. But I'll face death to prove myself to me, I added. When the red-cloaked vampire heard that, he beamed proudly and raised his clenched fist in salute. Let us put it to the hall, Paris said. How many think Darren should undertake the trials of initiation? Every arm went up. Curta turned aside in disgust. Darren, you are willing to proceed? I looked up at Mr. Crepsley and made a sign for him to bend down. In a whisper, I asked him what would happen if I said no. You would be disgraced and sent from Vampire Mountain in shame, he said solemnly. Would you be shamed too? I asked, knowing how much his good name meant to him. He sighed. In the eyes of the princes, I would not be, but in my own eyes, I would. Having chosen and blooded you, I feel any shame of yours would also be mine. I gave that careful consideration. I'd learned a lot about Mr. Crepsley, how he thought and lived during the 8 years I'd served as his assistant. You couldn't bear much shame, could you? I asked. His expression softened. No, he said quietly. You go and chase an early death. Hunt wild animals and fight vampanese, and push yourself until one of them killed you? Something along those lines, he agreed with a quick nod. I couldn't let that happen. 6 years ago, when we'd gone after Merlot, the mad vampanese had kidnapped Evra, and Mr. Crepsley had offered to trade his life for the Snake Boys. He'd have done the same for me if I had fallen into the killer's hands. I didn't like the sound of these trials, but if undertaking them meant Mr. Crepsley could carry on without shame, I owed it to him to place myself in the firing line. Facing the princes, I stood up straight and said solidly, I agree to the trials. Then it is decided, Pariscal smiled approvingly. Return tomorrow, and we shall draw the first trial. You may leave now and rest. That was the end of our meeting. I left the hall with Gavner, Harkett, and Curta. Mr. Crepsley stayed to discuss business with the princes. I think it had to do with Mr. Tiny. Harkett's message and the dead vampanese and vampire we'd found on our way here. I'm glad to leave at last, Harkett said as we made our way back to the halls. I was growing bored of same old scenery. I smiled, then glanced at Gavner worriedly. How tough are these trials? I asked. Oh, very, he sighed. Tried tough as the walls of the halls of princes, Curta growled. They're not that difficult, Gavner said. Don't exaggerate the dangers, Curta. You'll frighten him. Yeah, that's the last thing I want to do, Curta said, smiling encouraging at me. But these trials are meant for fully grown vampires.
I spent 6 years preparing for them, like most vampires do, yet I only barely scraped through. Darren will be okay, Gavin insisted, though the doubt in his voice was only barely concealed. Besides, I laughed, trying to cheer Carter up, I can always drop out if I get in over my head. Carter stared hard at me. Weren't you listening? Didn't you understand? What do you mean? I asked. Nobody walks away from the trials, Gavin said. You might fail, but you can't quit. The journals won't let you. So I'll fail, I shrugged. I'll throw in the towel if things get hairy, pretend I've twisted an ankle or something. He doesn't understand, Gavin groaned. Should have explained it fully before we let him agree. He's given his word now, so there's no going back. Black blood of Han and on. What don't I understand? I asked, confused. In the trials, failure entailed one fate only. Death, Carter told me grimly. I stared at him wordlessly. Most who fail die in the attempt. But should you fail and not die, you will be taken to the Hall of Death, strapped into a cage, hoisted above the pit, and... He gulped, averted his eyes, and finished in a terrible whisper. Dropped on the stakes until you are dead. To be continued.